do it. But it always was just kind of a thing in the back of my head that maybe I can do. So I'm going to tell the story about it. We have a PowerPoint, which I'll work through. I did not think that this would be such a huge, like, that looks great. But some of these assets are real dang small, and I wonder how pixelated they're going to be. So we'll learn together. So talk about date everything. So the idea was it came up from my friend Robbie Damon, who's a voice actor in his own right. He voiced Prompto in Final Fantasy 15, Tuxedo Mask in Sailor Moon, a whole bunch of other stuff. We all came up together in the industry and loved throwing ideas around with each other. Maybe we can do this project. Maybe we can do something together. And we were in the studio one day talking, and we were just talking about games that we wanted to make. If we could ever make a game. We had no training in it, but we loved indie games. What kind of game could a voice actor make? We'd produced stuff before. We knew artists, and we knew a lot of voice actors. So what kind of game comes to mind? We were like, let's do a visual novel. Let's do something that involves a lot of art, a lot of voice acting, and a lot of writing. And then we talked about what kind of visual novel could it be, something that could make a splash. And we're like, well, dating sims are really fun, and people can be cheeky about those kinds of things. And then he was the one who said the words in the voiceover session. We're like, how about a game where you can just date everything? Came out of nowhere, and we just kind of laughed about it, like, oh, what a silly idea. But that ended up being, I came to him the next day and I said, that game needs to be made. Yeah. It is such the title of the game tells you what it is. It's inviting. It tells you an idea of the scope of the game. This is going to be a big game with a lot of art, a lot of voice acting in it, and is going to be something that maybe we could do. How naive we were at the start of that, that we could make this, have any idea what it was like to make a video game. That was 7 years ago when we first came up with the idea. So we started with, we've got a game which is date everything. We know that you're going to be dating objects, and we want a game that can promise those things to the players, that you are dating and that you are dating everything. That you can't have people walk away from the game saying, I didn't date everything. You can't date the air, can you? Well, guess what? You can date the air in our game. You can date the text box. You can date absolutely everything. But that was 7 years later. At this point, we were like, what do these characters look like? We started with the characters first because we knew that would be like our strongest point. And we had a fan of ours named Erin Wong. Her art handle is Nijuku, and she had made a bunch of fan art of our characters for us, and we commissioned her to do some prints and stuff that we sold at conventions, and just always a great person to work with, and had a really good sense of humor. And so we gave her the assignment of like, hey, can you come up with we have a vacuum cleaner, and a hamper character. What can these look like that they're humanoid? They still read as sexy. They still read as funny. And then she came up with a level of detail that we could never, go for it. She came up with a level of detail that we never could have come up with. This was her first test. That's Henry Hoove at the top, what he looked like. This is like day one, 7 years ago, coming up with ideas. And she had found something called gajinkas, which is something online when people take, especially Pokemon, make them into sexy characters who are very humanoid, but still retain the characteristics of the Pokemon. They're still very recognizable as the object. And so she came up with these like really, really detailed designs. We really loved the sense of humor about it, the sense of play, and the sense of detail. And she carried that with we brought her on at the very beginning and kept her on. This ended up being the first iteration of Henry Hoove, where we were like talking about what these characters are going to look like compared to their 3D assets. At this point, we were like, okay. The game has to take place. This is all a journey of scope. What is the scope of this game going to be? Everything is a really big thing. We have to at least limit it to a house. The player is trapped inside their house for some reason. We hadn't figured it out yet. This ended up being our very first conception of what the house started to look like. For now, no worries about advancing the slides. We don't have quite as many. So this is, at this point, we're ready to make a vertical slice. We want to show off one room of the house that we can show about maybe 18 characters in it, with a bunch of these characters being some of them being really large and intricate just for vertical slice, and some of them just being like there to show off to producers and publishers that like, when we make the full game, these guys will be in here. The laundry room was our first room that we did. It took us about 6 months to come up with these characters. This is where we started to see what it would be like, and we eventually put together this conception of what the house was going to start to look like. This was the vertical slice that we showed to publishers at GDC around 2018. 2019 was when we went to GDC in San Francisco. We met with a ton of publishers. We did this thing entirely fully voice acted. We had maybe like 10 voiceover sessions. We kept it union because we were union voice actors. That meant a lot to us. We really wanted it to be a love letter to voice acting, which was what we knew best. And then this ended up being just one room, and for those of you who have played the game, it looks a lot like what the finished project eventually came out. This looks like our laundry room with Harper, who, not quite yet, sorry. We really don't have a lot of slides. This is this came to GDC. We also were like, what, as far as scope, what is this going to be for, like, what is this game going to start to look like? What does dating really mean? And we were theater nerds, and we didn't know what the hell we were doing, and we were like, let's explore the 8 different classical Greek definitions of love. We learned about philia, which was friendly love. We learned about storge, which was familial love. We learned about apathetic love, agape, and each of our characters, we were like, we got to have 100 characters are each going to have 8 different endings to them, 8 different routes to them. That was a terrible idea, but it got us. But putting this vertical slice on its feet really helped us understand what a terrible idea it was, and put the idea of some scope limitations on our heads. We knew that the big selling point for this game was going to be how huge the scope was. That was going to get people's attention of like, those mad lads did it. They really made a game with 100 dateable characters and multiple endings each. And what do they? What is it? What is that scope going to be that still makes people feel like these characters aren't just shallow? And the other thing we did was we had the player in the laundry room, and we were also really clever, and we were like, we're going to be dating everything, but we're also going to have escape room elements where you're solving puzzles in the actual room and trying to get out of the laundry room. And now we had people playing. We had it on its feet, and that was not fun. It was really hard. The friction between, but I want to fall in love with this character, or I want this character to hate me, but I also want to solve the puzzle, was making people metagame too much, and we realized that wasn't the right thing. And it wasn't the right thing because nobody bought our game. The best offer that we got was, we'll pay you $40,000 to make another demo, and if we don't like it, you owe us $40,000. And thankfully, we said no to that, but we were pretty desperate at the time, and no one bit, and understandably so. Why would you trust us? We're these voice actors who've never made a game before. What are we even doing? This also, I was the lead designer of this game from the start. Had no experience in anything other than writing and producing stuff for film, TV, that kind of stuff, which is very different from making video games. No programming background whatsoever, and I thought going through this that I was going to be I was going to be an actor who was able to surround himself with lots of skilled people who would do a lot of the heavy lifting. I'm like, I'm going to bring together a community. And I did end up doing that. But one of the big takeaways and lessons from this was I really had to learn these skills on my own. I ended up learning how to program. Anytime that I wanted to make a change to the scope or something, instead of having to convince our eventual publisher to give us more money or give us more hands on deck, or convince another person to do work that didn't make a lot of sense for such a silly game, I was like, I'll just learn it myself and then just do it. And that ended up being one of the things. This is an audience of a lot of students who already know that, but for me, as an actor, I really had no idea. That was a big learning experience for me over these 7 years. Okay, next slide.
Yeah.
So COVID happened right immediately after. A lot of things shut down, although the voice acting industry did really, really well because we were able to do things remotely. So we all worked from home for a while, and it was okay. It was lonely, but we were still making a living, which was a lot more than a lot of our other actor friends could say. And we had this failure of a vertical slice in the back of our heads. Maybe we never make it, but we have a little bit more time on our hands. It's COVID, and maybe we can go and work on it again, and maybe get this thing funded. So we turned back to it. Oh, and everybody was stuck in their houses during COVID, and this was now a game about people stuck in their house, and it suddenly seemed very timely. So we took the game. And we took a lot of the feedback from GDC and the publishers, and we retooled the game and made it into a 2D game, which is what you see here. We made the whole house again two-dimensionally, and this came with a lot of new challenges, which were now we show the player character. There's one great cheat in first-person games where you don't have to show any character animations. Not first-person shooter, you've got the hands and stuff, but in our game, we saved a lot of money by not showing the player character. Now suddenly we're showing the player character, and you want people to be able to customize their characters, so that added a lot of assets. But we thought it looked really nice and sellable. The idea was that it was like Link's Awakening remake was the idea for this. This would be a finely crafted game with lots of small details because you're still only in one location for this game. Then this went from, we made this thing, now we're just emailing publishers about it. Hey, check out our game, it's Date Everything. You've never heard of it before. This time we got it good. And we sent this along. There was an assistant at one of the studios that we pitched to called Skydance, and they eventually passed on us, but the assistant always really liked us. She was a fan of visual novels, a fan of dating sims. We're kind of an outsider genre in this respect. The dating sim has kind of a stank on it as far as like what publishers are looking for. It's like, well, we don't really do that kind of game, and how sexual is it, and all this kind of stuff. It kind of has a bad name. But we really had a lot of support from the people who were working at these places, the younger people who had none of those preconceived notions about dating sims and what they might be. And her name was Devin, and then she came up to us a couple of years after COVID. This whole process of getting funded took 4 years. She came to us a couple of years after we pitched and said, how's that Date Everything game going? I really would love to play it, man. I was really rooting for you guys. And we said, we never got it made. And then she said, well, my friend Amanda Hufford is a producer who brings a lot of indie devs together. Maybe they can put you together with somebody. And we met Amanda. Amanda turned out to be an incredible find, was a huge pillar for our team, and was a great producer who was able to bring us to our actual publisher, which ended up being Team 17. Team 17 was they're a British publisher. Meg, I don't know if she's still here. Gave a talk yesterday, they ended up. I think we were coming to them at exactly the right time where they were looking to take a big swing on something, where they were like, let's take a risk on something crazy that just might work. And they did it with us, thankfully. Meg also talked a lot about, like, the talk yesterday was about pitching and things like that. And I'll say, like, for such a crazy game, our pitch was really boring. We just were talking about our game, but our game had a strong foundation. We knew where we were coming from, and we ended up getting the pitch through. And then development began. So that was 4 years into making this thing, and then we ended up making it look like this. So here's our next slide. Then we said, okay, we have this 2D world. We're going to do hand-painted backgrounds for everything, and we're going to do wait, what's that slide? Let me check my notes.
This looks random.
Is that the, what is that? It's a video, yeah? I wonder what that's going to be. All right, we'll see it together. That's so funny. It just looks white. I have no idea what that is. So we've got our 2D background game. We have our 2D art in a 2.5D world, and this was kind of what it was going to look like. At this point, we had to be logical about our scope because now we're working with a publisher. We got rid of the escape room elements. We got rid of the 8 different types of love. Now we really put our scope together where it's like you just have love, hate, and friendship with each character. And this helped us stay at least a little bit on par. What's this next slide? Oh, it's the blueprint. Oh, okay, it doesn't show up. Oh, but it shows up great there.
Oh,
so yeah,
cool, okay.
So we had to build our house, and this is what it ended up looking like. And thankfully, Robbie's dad was an architect. He built a lot of houses, and so he made a house that made sense for us. And we started really putting together what the scope of this was going to look like. We have our 100 characters. We have our. We're starting to get a lot more balanced in what type of game this is looking like. And for me, one of the most important things was how to not make this game boring. When you are making this game called Date Everything, and you're talking to 100 random people in an overworld, a really, really small overworld hub, this essentially functions like an RPG town, was what this game was going to be like. How do you make people keep coming back instead of like, what's this guy going to be? All right, what's your deal, buddy? And not getting bored. And so throughout designing it, I really wanted to make sure that we had a lot of diversity in tone and in options and in what these dateable characters were going to be like. We knew that we were sold on 100. 100 seemed doable. And about 80 of those would be like your traditional, you walk up to the couch, you talk to the couch, you date the couch, you love the couch. And then we have maybe 10 of other ones that are inchoate in nature. These are ones that are really screwing with the idea of what a dateable object is. This is the dateable heir. How do you do it? There's a bit of a puzzle to that. This is the text box. How do you date the text box? You can date the developers in the game, and you can date a glitch in the game as well, which messes up how the game functions, and all those sorts of things. So that was the other 20% of like, we had this 80-20 Pareto principle of like straightforward ones with a lot of intrigue within all of them, and then 20 of them that were just like absolutely crazy. What are these even going to be? We have a lot. There was a lot that I was always really concerned about with these dateable objects, that they weren't, that their routes weren't the same, that it wasn't just talk to them 3 times, give them kindness tokens, just be nice to them, and then be done with it. I really wanted to make sure that the structure of the way these dates turned out was always surprising to the player. They never knew what to expect. I think of it as like a treasure box of a game, that you keep pulling it in, or you keep putting your hand in, and you keep finding something new with every single dateable character. The game could not and should not be repetitive. That would have been a much easier game to make, because then our scope would have been, here's what a dateable object is, here are the rules, fill in the blanks, but unfortunately I had to say no to that. So at this time, We brought in a bunch of writers. We had no skin in the game. We were still just a bunch of dorky voice actors putting together a game. Why would you work for us? We're paying okay, but we're not AAA rates or anything like that. So we're just finding people as we can, going through a lot of indie dev job boards and things like that, getting students. One of our students ended up being, we'll do the next slide, Jay from England, who ended up building our house. This is what I wanted to show here. And this slide was, guess what? It's 3D again, guys. We were about 6 months into development, and we realized some things really quickly about this player character problem. Making your own player character was really hard. And in the 2D space, you also wanted to make these loving animations of the character interacting with all these things with 80 corporeal objects in it, and multiple ways to interact with the objects if the object hates you or not, what turned out to be really, really expensive and impossible. We were like, well, dang it. So we put together, this is our good friend, the laundry room again, and this is from the final game. Ended up looking like this. Within 6 months of development, it did not look quite this good yet, but at least we're back to, all right, we're back to 3D. We didn't, it was a really hard decision to make, really hard to explain to our friends Team 17. Hey, guess what? The last 6 months, LOL, we messed up. But I will say for Team 17, like throughout this whole process, they knew how silly of developers we were. They knew how inexperienced and naive we were, but they always supported us creatively. They really helped us with the business aspect of it, with the publishing aspect of it, but they always trusted us that we would artistically create a game that lived up to stuff. And maybe they would give advice on some of these crazy sudden pivots in scope and direction, but they always let us do it, and they never stopped, they never canceled our game. And they had really good reason to, because we failed every single milestone in our game.
What?
We had, yes, we had 21 milestones, every single one, except for the first one, which was sign the contract, which we did, because we're actors and we can sign things. We failed everything, but it was never because we were lazy, and I think this was in the back of their heads too. They knew, like, you're going to cancel a game if the developers are doing nothing, or if they keep changing the scope and they're wishy-washy and like there's not a strong enough idea. Then you cancel a game. But they knew that we were doing an enormous amount of work from day one, putting together these crazy assets. The reason why we kept failing the milestones was putting the assets into the game engine and having it work in the game, which the difference between making a movie, making a play, and then making a video game is totally different. In the movie, you make the shots, you edit them together, and it's ready to go. But for us, it was a long, long process of explaining what the characters are, explaining how they function, explaining in the rule-breaking characters to our programmers, and being like, yeah, but the glitch actually messes everything up, so you have to make a completely different system for the glitch. Explaining the lore to everybody ended up being really, really tough to put that pipeline into actuality within our build in Unity. So we'll do the next slide. This ended up being what our game started to look like, and now we're about a year into. We're about like 6 to 8 months into development. We're starting to put stuff together, and some problems began to emerge again with scope and with the player character voice. So here we have Harper the Hamper and Dirk the Dirty Laundry, and we have player choices over on the side. And we had a couple of scope limitations here within the player character. So we decided pretty early on that we'll limit the player to 4 choices, and we'll map it to the directional buttons on the controller. And that helped keep us within scope. But we also had, at our height, we had around 25 writers writing on this game. Some writers doing a ton of characters, some doing only 1 or 2, but we really wanted to have a lot of diverse voices in there. We wanted to tell a lot of stories from a lot of different backgrounds that you wouldn't normally expect to see represented. And that was a huge strength because then you get a game that's coming from a lot of different people and voices, but it's really hard to wrangle all those together into one player character voice. So at this point, I started to at this point, I was like, okay, I'm directing this game. And this is when it started to dawn on me that like doing the lead writer job was a lot harder than I thought, because I essentially had the task of putting together all of these game design player character choices in there. And so I really started to dig into ink, which is the next slide. This is ink. This is what our game looks like on the inside, on the non-Unity part. Ink is an amazing tool that I highly recommend to people who want to use it. I find it really makes a lot of sense for some reason. It looks a lot like code in the way that they do variables and stuff like that. And essentially, we have all of our ink files on the left side, who are all in main.ink, which is where everything is gathered together, and we put and then everything is controlled through this. You can see this is Parker, the board games who I wrote, and you've got things called stitches at the top, which is where things usually start or divert to. You've got little player character choices, which are the pluses and the asterisks. And then you just have regular old speech in there, which I think has a lot of, for a lot of people who had never made a video game before, which was basically everybody on our team, it was a really easy way to just write down your thoughts and put them in. And for whatever reason, with no background in programming, I just really, the story variable programming side of it ended up making a lot of sense to me, and so I took over that role as the ink master of this game, and I ended up doing all of the story programming on all. It ended up being 102 characters for this thing. This is Parker's more straightforward, where you can kind of see the character flow, but then we'll do the next slide. Here's Dorian the Door, where it is a lot of story pathing for just this one character, because we had these characters who ended up being location dependent. And the way that those ones worked is you would walk up to a different door. There's 17 doors in the house, each one different. Each one has 3 separate conversations with all of them. And then you had to, because Dorian's also a tutorial character, he also is the friendship route character. You also had to put all these ways about when you're talking to a door, what are they going to look like? And they ended up looking like this kind of thing, which is a lot more programming heavy, but to me it's still, I don't know, it still makes sense. And I think for a lot of you guys out here who actually have a background in this, it's not so scary. I think one of the things for us was, as an actor, looking at text like this of different colors, everyone ran for the hills about like, that doesn't make sense, I can't. But like, that's not that bad, right? You just take your time. It's telling you what it is, and you just have to make sure to punctuate properly. So then the next slide. This was the problem. So here's Dishy the dishwasher, one of my favorite characters. This was where we had another big scope change, our final scope change, which was, what the heck is this game about? We're dating the characters. Okay, we got 3 endings. How are you going to put it all together? We had a narrative designer who we hired who was like a AAA person, but it didn't end up working out. It was like a year. We never really heard back from them. And we were like, all right, we just got to do this ourselves. So we're putting the wraparound story and all this sort of stuff. I ended up talking with Michelle Clow from Tailspinners in the UK. I listened to one of her GDC talks, absolutely loved it. Really loved the way that she thought about story and stuff. And she came up with the idea of like, hey, it's a video game. You do whatever you want. What if you brought these characters to life? And that was the final piece of like, okay, that's what the main story about this is. You are in Date Everything, the glasses that you use to talk to everybody, the specs, you are directly acknowledging a thing's existence or dating everything. You have these magical glasses, why can't they also bring these things to life? What this meant was a huge scope increase, because then for every single character, we had to have a realized human form. We call it realization. We had to have these extra ending cards. We had to have these for like what the epilogue is once they're brought to life. We had to have these Polaroid pictures that you keep track of on your wall, because now that's how you're like showing progress through the game. And that ended up being a really hard thing to swallow, because that's a lot of extra money. And we're going to play this video with no context. because this is what happened that saved our game.
Do you know how this plays?
Maybe one more time.
According to the judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale. We now turn to the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale. The judgment of the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale.
What? Does anybody know this TikTok meme from 2 years ago? We know the oratrice mécanique d'analyse cardinale. That was a random occurrence of November 2023, when all this was happening, when the scope was getting ridiculous, that ended up saving our game. This is one of our weird takeaways about this, where you're a student, how do I make games? How do I do this? And sometimes life is just absolutely random and throws you a freaking bone. And this was this meme that came out on TikTok for my character from Genshin Impact, Monsieur Neuvillette. And I didn't make it. I had nothing to do with it. It's just lines that I said in the game. But it ended up being the most famous thing I've ever done in my entire life. It took over TikTok for a full month. And I was doing around 30 conventions a year, fan conventions, and I was able to make a lot of money doing these conventions, especially because of this meme and the popularity of this character. I had an amazing convention year, and I was able to take all of that money and put it into Date Everything. I bet my entire savings on this game. It ended up being about $500,000 to put into all this. Everything I'd saved up for this time, everything I'd made at the conventions, I was like, it has to get made. And thankfully, because we were failing all of our milestones and we were already in the doghouse, I didn't have to end up like asking Team 17 for forgiveness or explaining like how important all these things were. I was like, screw it, we'll do it live and we'll get it done. I'm telling this. You know, I'm aware that this is a teaching moment for me here on the stage to like say like, here's how you make video games. What's the teachable moment here other than like, I don't know, do whatever you can. I guess like do whatever you can. Yeah. Like I didn't have to bet the entire farm on this thing, but it ended up working out. But sometimes life is just absolutely random like that. So we'll do the next slide. So I think this is what our final scope ended up being. This is on Ink. It does stuff. Our game ended up being 1.68 million words, which is about the size of Baldur's Gate 3. 28,000 choices. There's some where, like, not stitches and functions. Don't have to worry about that. You could do whatever you want. But choices. 28,000 choices in this game, and don't they have variables? I think that's in a different. Knots, gathers, diverts, stitches, functions. There's also, I guess it's not in this particular slide, but we had around 2,000 story variables for this. And then this next slide shows you the scope. This was my tracker for all the, one back. Okay. This was my tracker for it. Ended up being, this was the scope. Here's all the characters. We ended up having to do 2 last-minute DLC characters, which ended up being a good idea, but it was really hard right at the end when we're recording all of these people. We had maybe about 250 voiceover sessions in the end that we had to squeeze within a 6-month time frame. Really difficult. And then I'm just going through and making sure that the player voice is consistent, that the bugs these characters are working, that these characters are at a high enough level. We have a lot of hidden characters that it's not that they're really not straightforward, that they branch out in unexpected ways. We have Timothy the Clock, who's very punctual and very much wants you to be there at the right time, and he's this cat clock. And you can play the entire game and just show up at the exact right time and get an ending with him. Or if you show up at the wrong time after he tells you the right time, he turns into a completely other character, Timmy, who's like a nya cat, and also goes through an equally sized scope story. One of the things about our game I really wanted to do was that all of our characters were equal in size and scope, that everybody felt complete, that someone's character was going to be their favorite character, and we can't skimp on any of them. It ended up being a slight downside to the game. A lot of people thought, and reviewers thought, that our game had smaller characters that like you talk to the wall, played by myself, and he falls in love with you. Wall, I love you! Within like 3 seconds, and it's kind of a joke. But if you keep coming back to him, there's an entire full character behind it that a lot of people just didn't see because they didn't know it was even there. But that was important to me to be like, we have a game with 102 lead characters. They are all of equal weight and scope. And so eventually, the trailer comes out.
Product not yet rated.
It's a crazy, crazy game. But no matter what you do to make your dreams come true, the choice is up to you. 'Cause everything leads to love. Everything is love. Everything is love.
This is my scooter. Il ragazzo pazzo.
You know the gentleman goes around cleaning the house with his vacuum hose.
Name's Hoover. My friends just call me Hoov, though.
Besides, we both know you're cheating on me, so it's only fair.
I wish I was cheating on you.
But no matter how you play, it'll lead to a brand new day. You're gonna get swept away. 'Cause everything leads to love. You can gain everything. Everything leads to
Amazing. That trailer was really fun. It was Sassy Jeff Games. I'm really proud of how that turned out. The announcement of the game went really well. Took people by surprise because it comes out of nowhere. What the heck is this? And that was hand drawn by a company called Knights of the Light Table, which did such a good job. That was about half of our marketing budget for that. But boy, was it so worth it. And I think one takeaway is like, because that trailer was bespoke and just for itself, and in many ways looks a lot better than our finished game. Our finished game is like, you know, it's you can take screenshots of it, but it's just a freaking house, man. It's not going to be that exciting. But what ended up being in a lot of reviews and a lot of articles, they took a lot of screen grabs from that, and it ended up being just a really great asset going forward. So I think like one takeaway is like, if you can make a bespoke trailer that isn't your game, it can really help in that way. So now it's Gamescom. We are with Team 17 there in Germany. We're showing off our game. We have a booth for it, and it's going really well. Players are playing the game. Our game largely works, but in the back of my head, I was like, this game is buggy as hell, man. We had a team of around 10 QA people playing our game, and our game is just enormous. And I think, you know, people can look at it as like a checklist and stuff and be like, you can play this game eventually, but like a regular playthrough is 50 hours and around 100 hours for 100%, which our QA people had to play through and prove was possible in order to sign this thing off. And I think a lot of people didn't know the depth, like that Timothy thing about like, hey, you checked off that Timmy works. Did you check off that Timothy works? This all counts as one character. Did you know about the scope of like, you can date rejection in this game, Reggie Rejection. There's an entire alternate version of this game that's a hate playthrough that functions still properly. Can you get the 100 hates playthrough, which changes the critical path and have it make sense? And I think these things were always in the back of Team 17's head and the QA, but like, yeah, we'll get to it. And I kind of had to say, but it's big, man. There's so much crap in this thing. For each of the things in the house, we had 2 animations for every single thing. We have one where your glass is off and it just jiggles around or functions as it would in the real world, and one with the glasses on where you have a love or a friend ending of it, and it plays a magical animation where it comes to life. We have this is never tutorialized in the game, but you can examine every object in the house, and it tells a joke about it, and then it tells another joke if you have a good ending with them. That's around 1,400 jokes total for all the objects in the house, including you can leave the house too. The glitch tells you how to, and there's a whole outside world in that sort of sense. And it was really hard to communicate just how stupidly big this game was. It's I joke it's like it's an open world game. It's the smallest, biggest open world game of all time. It still takes place in one house. You're not going in that many rooms, but each little level is completely detailed. And so this comes out here with our next slide, was the bug fixing and delays. This is our French rapper Toilet, Jean-Loup Pissoir. This is from in the end of the game, he becomes an accountant. He's very sad. This was me in the crunch time for this, because this is when we had our delays. We ended up having 2 big delays where we're just fixing bugs and getting things done. We ended up having around 4,000 bugs fixed before release that were at least on our Jira, and then maybe about like 500 that I was able to just fix without telling anybody, but just like, okay, I'm just going to get this one before QA finds it and files it and all that sort of delay. This was about a 6-month process of crunch for me. And this was a problem with the game from the start, was the centralization of information really was just me. And it worked out during development, but because the game is so massive, I'm the one who knew all of the 100 characters. I knew all of the crazy different ways that things could work. I was the one working with each of the teams to make everything make sense. But it meant that sharing that information, I couldn't outsource it. And I tried at certain points. We have a character Bible, and I'd say as much as I could, but you're always going to drop important things and forget things as we go. So it was a really, really tough time. I was working on British hours or Polish hours was where the QA was, which is an hour before. So my day would start around 3 in the morning, and if I didn't wake up that early, then it would miss us a whole day of QA asking questions, me communicating the information that they needed, and I was just like, I just had to get up that early, then do a thing, then work on bug fixing and selling the game, and then a full day of voice acting, and that was my time. It was a really hard time. The personal toll it took on me was I gained 50 pounds making this thing. My wife can attest that I wasn't exactly the easiest person to be around, but that it had to be done. It was really, really rough, and communicating these delays was really hard. We had a Valentine's Day delay that we were really excited about, and I was working absolutely like these were like 20-hour days at all times to just get these bugs down, and we just couldn't get it to work on PC and all consoles because this ended up being a full console release. It was really, really tough. But then, next slide, we had a stroke of luck, which was the demo for this game. Ended up being really, really perfect for us. We had the demo for free on Steam. It was really well designed. This came from Team 17, the idea of having a demo as a kind of, hey, maybe we can explore what this is. What does a demo look like? It ended up being the perfect design for this game, which was you can talk to each character in the house twice over the course of 2 days in game time. The way the game clock works is each conversation is 1/5 of the day. So you basically have 10 conversations in your demo, and then it ends. It's not a timed demo, and it's not almost all the characters are accessible from the start. What this meant was it was a demo that people could replay forever. We had people upwards of 80 hours playing our demo, streaming the demo, and having an absolutely amazing time playing it and uncovering stuff and whetting their appetites for it. We were one of Steam's most wishlist games, and it ended up being really great. The game came out. We'll do the next slide.
Peggy 16.
They say love sees not with the eyes, but with the heart. Perhaps that's why it turns up where you least expect it. Wait, so you're telling me you can date everything? The washing machine, the chair, the refrigerator?
Time for a snack.
This door, that door, even front and back door.
What are you looking at?
The fan, the wall, the microwave, the toilet, the dust bunny behind the couch. All right then, The curtains, bed, treadmill, mousetrap, dishwasher, desk, piano, dirty laundry, clock, candelabra, the TV, bath, towels, rubber duck, shower, floor, ceilings, shelves, ironing board, trash can, air fryer, vacuum cleaner, the devs, a glitch in the game itself, the shadows, water, earth, fire, air, your overwhelming sense of existential dread. You can even date the kitchen sink.
Cause everything leads to love. You can date everything.
So remember, love isn't where the heart is told to look, but where it dares to wander. Date everything out now.
Hey, look, we reused the animation assets for free. Game came out, ended up being an overwhelming success. Like, after all of that challenge of doing it, I think the things that made it so difficult made players really resonate with it, because it was so handcrafted, because it was so vast in scope, because you actually could date everything, because there's tons and tons of surprises. Like, he went through like 30 characters. There's 72 more characters that he didn't even get to in that video. It's just huge, and it ended up being we never really thought about like streamers playing our game, but it became very popular with streamers. Well, here's 3 of my favorites.
Are you coming on to me?
I like you, all right?
I like you too, Vaughn.
You do?
I love you, Vaughn!
Come here, you sexy thing!
Yes.
The streamer became a third character in our game, where it's the player character, it's the object themselves, and then the character talking, and then the streamer talking back to them, which is really fun. Here's the next one. Here's Parker, the board games, who's insane.
The human gets extra love points for beating me. And extra hate points for cheating me!
I only did it once. You noticed?
Of course I did. Board games, motherfucker! It's love!
See? You can cheat at Candyland and find true love.
Oh, wow. I'm so happy. Even though you're a filthy fucking cheater, I just love you.
Oh, you and Harper are gonna have some interesting things to talk about.
And then one more video, which is my absolute favorite. This coffee cup, it's a VTuber.
For a moment, you wonder if your date is not.
Hey, bitches. It's me again, Lux.
If any one of you guys say I fucking sound like them, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. I'm gonna... don't delete that fucking chat. I already see you typing. So you're an influencer or something?
We use the term influencer, incandescent, naturally flavored, like unbelievably naturally charismatic entertainer.
That sounds stupid.
And your voice sounds stupid.
I will not fucking fuck up, bitch! I will not fucking fuck up, bitch! Don't you fucking dare! Don't you fucking dare! Don't you fucking dare!
So I guess we're even.
We are not even. You're below.
Except that I am way.
You're way what? You're way what?
Way more popular and successful than you.
I'm about to unplug you, bitch! Don't even fucking go there!
Even.
I am gonna fucking put you on Marketplace, bitch! Don't even fucking try it! I wouldn't even put you on fucking Marketplace, bitch! I'll put you on freebie alerts! What is your fucking problem? And you! And you! And you! And you! What is your problem? Want to say hi?
I mean, didn't I just say that I was busy?
You know what? Change my mind. I fucking hate you.
Oh, cool. Whatever.
Yeah, I actually fucking hate you. Fuck you, you fucking bitch!
I hate you now.
I hate you too, bitch! I hate you fucking— Was I just— I'm screaming at my lamp. You're not— You're a different one, right? You're just a relative? Oh,
no! TikTok ended up being our savior. Again, it's a platform that I spent 0 time on, and man, I have so much of my life to thank for it. Making these cut downs, having these influencers talk to these objects, having themselves be a third part into it. really helped make our game viral, and ended up being a success. We'll do our final slide. This is one of my favorite things I commissioned for launch. It's all the characters in a big dollhouse. And again, with our artist, Nijuku, putting in a ton of jokes and detail into every little piece of it. We ended up selling around 650,000 copies so far. It has a really big community, and I couldn't be happier with how it's gone. It's been 5 months of bug fixes. We eventually fixed another 2,000 bugs before over these last 5 months. But now the game, we have one more patch coming out, and the game will finally be complete. And that is the story of Date Everything. Thank you for letting me ramble for such a long time. I also like that I was trying really hard not to curse throughout this whole thing because I'm aware I'm in students with students, and then that last influencer just absolutely went all for it. So I don't know, Des, do we have time for questions?
We do. Oh God, really? Okay, all right. Do we have a question in the audience?
Yeah, I don't think we have to do the full formal microphone thing. You can just ask. Or
but for
you
the
can just ask
video.
from your seat. Yeah.
No, for the video because I can hear it. Okay, yeah, use the microphone, please. Yeah.
Oh, use the microphone. Sorry.
Because it's on YouTube.
Okay. I had a question. How did you manage your time between full-time voice acting and creating a game with this large of a scope?
So I had 3 full-time jobs, which was making this game, voice acting full-time, and then doing conventions, which run from Thursday to Sunday, almost every weekend. Doing 30 cons a year, you're out half of the week. And I would work while I was at conventions as well. I would sign and then go back to my hotel and then work on it. And the thing that I had to do, and this is bad advice. I'm talking to students, but like I just said, I'm not gonna work out. I'll just eat whatever. And I gained 50 pounds, and I feel like crap. But it worked. Like, that's it. So destroy your bodies for your art is all I can say. I don't know. We'll go to the next question.
Hello.
Hello.
Beautiful presentation. It was very interesting.
Thank you.
Especially after you played the game. Really cool. You're a very well known voice actor, and it's what you mainly do. Since you've sort of gone from that into producing a very voice actor heavy game, I was wondering if you're planning on doing some more game development after Date Everything.
That's the question? Thank you. I appreciate that. It's something that I think about all the time. With this game, there's definitely a lot, and even though the scope was overwhelming, we definitely heard a lot of the criticisms of like, hey, once you get an ending, we have ending return states where you get an ending with a character for 90% of the characters, and then their dialogue just repeats, which is lame. It sucks, but like, what can you do, man? Yeah. In order to fix that, we would have had to add another 1,000,000 words to the script, and it would have been another around $500,000 to record that. So it's hard, but I'd love to. That's something that we're definitely like in the works, like looking for, and maybe we can actually make this work. So there's expansions to this that are definitely in our minds at this point. As far as making another game, I need to take a break first, for sure.
Understandable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm a big fan of your work, of course, as most everyone is. Are there any plans to add any DLCs to the game Date Everything, such as maybe going outside to your garden, maybe?
Absolutely. This is part of the stuff that we're talking about like how do we expand the scope in a way that makes sense. We do have a weird thing where price-wise, our game is $30, and you get 100 characters for $30, which is about $3 for a character. And so the question is, or no, not $3. Yeah. What is it?
30 cents?
30 cents per character. Yeah. What a cheap game, man. 30 cents per character. But we had to do the indie price. We can't, even though this is AAA in a lot of scope of this, we could not sell this game for $70. We'd get laughed out of town. But that's a problem with the DLC pricing model, which is like, Maybe we come up with 5 more characters for $5. Now these characters are really expensive and you're not getting the bang for your buck. So it's something that we're figuring out. How can we balance the asset heaviness of this game, which costs a lot of money? We can't just iterate and make another level with some extra assets. Each of these assets has to be handcrafted. I didn't say this, but it's 13,000 images in the game. Every single character has at least 5 poses with 8 expressions each, and they all blink. So an unbelievable amount of assets just to make one character, plus each voice character is around 1,000 lines of dialogue. So yeah, really, really big. That's the question on our mind. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, I know you guys, we've got lots of questions. Hopefully Ray will be sticking around over lunch, and maybe you'll be able to ask some more. So apologies, but we do have a really great speaker next that will also keep the energy up. So I want to say a big round of applause to Ray Chase.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Des, for having me. Really appreciate the time. See you guys around.
Thank you. Thank you. To Helen. Okay, awesome. Yes, so we will have a break for lunch, so please do, say hello to Ray. If you've got any questions, save that up for him. But we have a really great speaker coming up next. So if people need to nip out to the bathroom, that's okay. But I next want to introduce you to our next speaker. She's the UI art director at 100 Star Games. She's previously developed UI for games such as Suicide Squad, Killer Justice League, and Trials Fusion, Trials Blood Dragon. She brings a wealth of experience in designing interfaces that both inform, immerse, and delight. So here to discuss the evolution of game UI and what it really means to design for all players. Please welcome Helen Kaur.
Oh, okay, it works. I feel like I should come out punching or something. I realized I was wearing the exact same... Oh my god, I didn't bring the clicker. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, now I can start. Hello, everybody. Next. Yeah, see, that's me, so I'll just stand. I took that picture 2 weeks ago, so this is my favorite top at the moment. So okay, but yeah, welcome. Hi, nice to see everyone. It's been really nice to be here so far. I met so many wonderful people, and y'all have such a nice community here. So it's been so nice. My first trip to Norway, so woo, it's been great. So before I start, can I just check how many game devs there are here who are interested in UI UX? Whoa, oh my God. That's amazing. Okay, how about like game students as well who are? Okay, wow. Okay, that makes me really happy. So let's start. So welcome to my talk. So I'll be taking you through my personal journey to my career because I didn't get straight into games from the start. Also, we'll go through the evolution of game UI through the history of game UI because I find it really cool. Different categories of game UI, different kind of roles there are. And then lastly, my learnings that I've had being in games for about like 15 years now. So at the end of this, hopefully you'll be like jam-packed with like a lot of knowledge, more than you might even want, I hope. So yeah, my presentation is all GIFs, by the way, so just a heads up. So yeah, I'm the youngest of 4, and you can see from the color tint, I'm from the 1900s. I think that's what they say, 1980s. So yeah, that's me. Really happy to take a photo in a Girl Guide outfit. But yeah, I was a big gamer already back then, so we had the SNES, the Super Nintendo. So I was playing a lot of like Mario and Zelda and Punch-Out and all that, and then Genesis, and then Dreamcast, GameCube, and all that. So huge gamer. That's me and my sisters. Again, trying to be cool with my Muppets t-shirt. They were cooler than me. So after school, I was looking at polytechnics. I liked drawing a lot and, video games. So there was a course that said, like, digital media design. You can work in games. So I was like, sold. I applied to that course, and then I got in that course, and some of my friends, well, some are still my close friends, some are not, no kidding, they're all good. And then that's me at the graduation show. This was like 2001, and my teammate, she asked me if that computer was a prop. And like, no, those were computers in 2001. And it ran Photoshop and 3D Studio Max, actually. So yeah, at the time, our last final project was to make like a game, racing game. So we did it in Quake engine, and I was the level designer. So that was my level, which was like a racing track in a Singapore housing block. And I was like, oh, I want to be a level designer. I love 3D. I want to do 3D modeling. Like, that's my jam. And then after I graduated, there wasn't many game studios in Singapore. And I did a lot of applications trying to find 3D jobs. I didn't really get anything. So I was working in the stores and just giving out flyers and stuff like that. So I kind of, then I did get a contract job for 6 months as a lighting artist. So I thought, close enough, it's 3D. And then I was using 3D Max for 6 months, and I realized I don't really actually like it. Like, it wasn't really for me. I wasn't doing it in my free time. It just wasn't my jam. So I was like, I guess I'll just give up on this. I didn't really know what to do. So I was drawing a lot. So I did like a lot of illustration work in my free time, and just took part in festivals and stuff, and was just trying to improve my skills somehow creatively, and still applying to jobs, graphic design jobs. I did some print ads for like Nokia ringtones and things like that. And then eventually I applied to one job, and they asked for an art test to do icons. So those were the first icons I ever made in my life. I don't even know what it means. Like the chest we fold, and the folders are floating. So but then I got that job. So it was like in a UX team. So then I was like, wow, that's the first time I was introduced to the whole field of UX. So I worked with interaction designers. And these are like people who have like degrees in interaction design. I was like, wow, like that's the whole thing. Like they look through the psychology of who are the users. Like this was for mobile apps. And we were doing mostly subcontracting for Nokia. So it was like for Nokia apps and for websites. And they were like thinking of the psychology. Okay, they have 10 minutes. They're using the app in the toilet. We need to onboard them quickly. How do we do that? And they were doing like wireframes, user testing and all that. And I was like, wow. That's a whole thing. Like, I didn't even realize that there's so much thought behind everything that we do. And I was the visual designer, so I was just making things pretty. So, like, here's how our calculator could look like, and stopwatch, and just designing apps. And that's, like, was the Nokia operating system. This was, like, 2010. So then Nokia kind of went, because everyone was using iPhones and Android, so there were layoffs. So I had to apply for other jobs. And then I saw a job for a UI artist in a studio. This was in Finland, so I was living in Helsinki, and a studio called Digital Chocolate. And this was Farmville days, so people were playing Flash games on Facebook. So they were doing Flash games on Facebook, and I was playing Flash games on Facebook, so I was like, yay, and I applied to them, and because I had this background and all my crazy drawings, and I'm a gamer, so I got that job. So that was my first job, doing like UI for games. So I was like, finally I'm working in games, and it was very different working with game devs compared to IT sector. So I was there for about 2 years, and then people stopped playing Facebook games, so there were layoffs again. So I had to look for other job, and one of my colleagues there, she had gone to a studio called Redlinks, and they were doing these trials games, so they gave me an art test, and I found my art test. It was to do like a grunge-style main menu and garage menus. So I did this and went for the interview, and I got that job, and oh my God, I got into console games. And I was like, man, I never expected, because I was a big console gamer, that I would be like working for a game that would come out on PlayStation or Xbox. I was like, wow, I'm in the big leagues now. So I was like, even designing the prompts was like huge for me. So yeah, so I worked on the visuals and the layouts for Trials Fusion, and it was like really fun project. I loved like the people I worked with, and everything was super fun. And then when it came out, it was like really exciting, because just to see people playing the games for the menus that you make and not having any problems was really fun. Just like hovering behind them, just breathing. I made those menus, did you know? It was like really, really satisfying. Then we did like a spin-off as well called like Trials of the Blood Dragon. So it was like 90s themed, which was really, really fun and really funky. So I think I was there for about 4 years, and then I got a message from Rocksteady, and they were like, hey, we're looking for a senior UI. And he's like, I'm in these Rocksteady, it's like Arkham games, like Arkham Knight, Arkham Asylum. So I was like, yes! And then when they gave me the job offer, I was like, obviously I have to take it. It was one of those moments where I have to take it. I will move to London, then I will take that job, yes. So I was in Rocksteady for about like 7 years. So I worked on the Suicide Squad project. This is like 3% of all the menus. It was like a lot of work because there were like so many features. And at any point, like during the whole project, there was like 4 of us. And we were doing the wireframes, the mock-ups, the implementation, the iteration, the bug fixing, like also materials and all the in-game screens. Like in Hall of Justice, there were like, I don't know, 100 computers there. So it's like a lot of work. And the last 2 years, I was the lead for the project, so had to just ship the game out, so handle all the bugs coming in, outsource teams. I think at one point there was like 5 outsource teams, so it's like a lot of work. But I'm really thankful that I got the chance to work on such a massive project, like expensive project as well. And I learned so much from this, and I have it in my learning slide, so you will learn some of my lessons from this crazy project. But yeah, and then the founders of Rocksteady, Jamie and Sefton, they started a new studio called 100 Star Games, and that's where I am now for the last almost 2 years. And yeah, I wanted to add something more about that, but yeah, I guess that's it. So that's where I am now. And now, you all know my life story, so let's go into the history of game UI. So I think this is like, I find this really fascinating. I did have to take away some slides, and at some point I will talk about YouTube links or books. I have a QR code at the end, so it will be linked to a Google Doc, so don't worry if like that you have to take photos or anything. But so where it started, 50s and 60s, this is an oscilloscope. So this was for research, in research labs in MIT, so engineers just made it for fun, like space war and tennis for 2. And I find it interesting that with human nature, we always find ways to play. I think it's just really fascinating, like whatever technology we have. And then in the 70s, this is Atari's Pong. Before Pong, this is also very interesting history because there was a console called Magnavox Odyssey, and they made a table tennis game. And this was 1972, and they released it. They, put it out there, but it completely failed. Like nobody bought it, and there was a lot of reasons because of like marketing and yeah. And then the co-founder of Atari, it's called Nolan Bushnell. He saw this the Magnavox Odyssey's table tennis game, and he was like, "Let's try something out." He went to his engineer, and he was like, "Let's do something just as a test, not intending to make it into an actual game." And they added audio. They added like better ball physics, and they added the high score or the player score, and suddenly it became a competitive game. So this is like the first example of like they improved the UX of the game. They tested it out, and there were like huge queues of people playing this game. Like they couldn't even fit the coins in the coin machine anymore. So then Atari released this as a game, which they didn't even intend to, and it started the birth of like the commercial, like home console industry. So I find this like really, really fascinating, and I have a link in that Google Docs that goes more in depth about it, because it's really cool. Like this is where it started. And then this is the 80s, arcade time, so no internet. Everything was, in the arcade machines, and so for all the cool kids, you go to the arcade, and then when no one is playing the machines, the leaderboards would come out. So high scores were a really important part of the games back then for the arcade generation. So high scores always on the HUD, because that's your motivation to play the game, to get it on the leaderboards. And then of course we have like the icons. It's very iconic, everyone remembers it. So starting to use like graphics to represent life and things like that started to be more common back then. Then of course the side-scroller era. So Mario actually has really good UX, because like the tutorialization is by playing, you go forward, you can't go back. Shiny boxes give you nice power-ups. His life is represented by his sprite going bigger or smaller. And also, this is cartridge time, so storage was really small. So this is like a little fun quiz fact that like the cloud and the bush is like the same sprite, and they had to be really smart with how they use their assets. And then, of course, the Zelda was quite big when it came out, because this is the time when you start a game, and then the game would end, game over. Zelda had save functionality, it had a map, it was open world, you could go to dungeons, it had an inventory system, so suddenly you needed a lot more space to have your swords, your bombs, your life bar. And I remember my sister, I was really bad at it, I didn't know what I was doing. My sister was really good at Zelda, and I think one time she messed up her save file or something, and I think she was so upset. She was crying because she had already like 3 angles for the game. So, but yeah, this was like quite huge, and I think this is considered the birth of like action-adventure genre as well. And then the 90s is my favorite as a teenager. So there's also an interesting story about Sony and Nintendo and the move from cartridge to CD. So actually Sony was supposed to team up with Nintendo to make a cartridge with a CD, but Nintendo went with Philips instead, and then Sony made PlayStation. So that's also in a YouTube link, very interesting history. But PlayStation was huge when it came out, and moving from cartridge to CD, suddenly we had a lot more storage. So more storage, bigger games, more immersion, and it meant that the UI started to get more and more complex because it had to support all the complex gameplay mechanics or the gameplay experiences. And also better graphics, so you had more memory. You could have, I loved the Fallout bar back then, because even the audio to press the buttons was really good. And also this was the time when like a lot of franchises came out, like Resident Evil and Tomb Raider, Street Fighter, Silent Hill, and a lot of big companies kicked off as well, like Blizzard and Epic and all that. So really cool time. And then in the 2000s, so this is like video games is established industry at this point, big money maker. Outside of video games, this is when mobile UX and web design was kicking off, so the whole UX industry outside of games was becoming huge. And so the games were getting, better technology, more complex game design, more complex menus. And back then a lot of like game artists or coders were doing UI. So that's when studios were like, well, maybe we can hire people who are already doing UX from outside of games. And that's when people like me suddenly, oh my God, I have a space in games too. And then I had to mention like Dead Space in 2008, because this was like a fully diegetic menu, and I will explain more about that later. But like for sci-fi games, it's kind of cool because you can use holograms. But this was like diegetic means it's completely narrative, so the character in the game is looking at the UI, and it was also really functional, works really well, and like the life of the character is on the spine of the back. So it was really big when it came out, and they have a really good YouTube video about that, which will be in the Google Docs as well, about how they did that whole menu and all the issues they had as well, which is very interesting to learn about. And Destiny was big as well when it came out, because we don't usually use cursor for console games because it's difficult to move the cursor around with the L stick. It's difficult to make it work really well. So with Destiny, they had to do a lot of tweaks to get the cursor to hit the buttons, predict where you're trying to go, and let it snap to the buttons. And then you can see on the UI, so nice and free, because they could just use pop-up panels. So when this came out, it was like, whoa, for UI, people was like, whoa, you mean we don't have to like put everything on the screen all the time? So it got kind of popular after this game came out, so some other games were like, yeah, let's use cursor as well. But it's really hard to get it to work well. And they also have a good talk in the GDC vaults about how they did it, which is really interesting as well. And like I find it accessibility-wise, it's easier to use the D-pad, because it's more predictable than using a cursor. So yeah, I think nowadays it switched back to using the D-pad. And now we went through the history. Now we go through different categories of UI and what they are. So in the mid-2000s, a lot of these like diegetic, non-diegetic, spatial, meta, there was a lot of talk about that. And Christine Jurgensen, who I found out is a professor here in the University of Bergen, she made a research study which became a book which really defined all these categories and why we have these categories, because it helps us when we are designing the game. So the first one is like non-diegetic. So this is like menus that are not in the narrative game. They're for you, the player. So they are the most, in terms of implementation, they are the most straightforward for us because we have the most control over the layout. There's not that many dependencies. Sometimes there's like 3D assets or camera controls, but they are the most like, I would say, common UI to implement, and they don't have to really, they can be themed and styled according to the game or the style guide, but you know, they're more straightforward to implement and to build and to iterate. Diegetic UI is completely in the narrative, so it's completely part of the game world. And why games use that is for games that you really want a lot of immersion. I think for horror games, it's really common. You want to keep the player in the game world so that they can stay in whatever experience that you're trying to give them. So a nice example is Alien Isolation with that nice 3D map. So you're looking for the alien, you're just stuck in the game world. If you had a mini map or you had to go out to the back menu to look at the map, it just completely breaks it. And then I love in Silent Hill the map as well, that he opens the map while you're still standing in the room. It's quite terrifying, and Alan Wake has really nice mind plays as well. So diegetic UI is really challenging to implement because of all the dependencies. You have dependencies on the animation, on the character, the 3D asset, the character animation, the lighting, the visuals. It is more complex, and it's like this balance between form versus functionality. So something can look really good, but if it's very clunky to use, takes too much time, and you have to do the same action like 100 times, it can get really annoying for the user. I also just put that because I find it really cool that they made an actual Pip-Boy that you could buy. But yeah, so for games that do diegetic UI and they do it well, it's really like hats off to them, because it is very challenging if you decide to go down this route. And spatial UI is used a lot more for, UI is not part of the game world, but it's to help the player a lot. It's used a lot for navigation. For example, in the racing game, it's going so fast. Your eye is in the center of the screen. I need to know where to go. So if you just have indicators that show the player where they need to go, that's okay. It doesn't need to be fully immersive, because that's not the reason why they're playing a racing game. Outline characters, outlines are also really common in shooter games. Again, because split second, I need to make decisions. I don't have time to move my eyes to look at a map or go into the back menu. Navigation is also used a lot of spatial UI, like sparkles. It's also great for accessibility if you show players like visually where exactly they need to go. And then the text in Splinter Cell is just cool. I took the screenshot while he was being shot. I'm sorry, like didn't realize. Rest in peace. And then lastly, we have meta. So meta is part of the narrative, but it's still for you, the player. So for example, like this is an old example, the GTA. I don't even remember which version it is, but like he has the phone there. You could put UI text on the screen, but you put the phone there because, you know, kind of gives a bit more vibe of like what he's looking at. Racing games use speedometers, camera effects. When you're getting hit is a common one. The camera in Indiana Jones did a lot of diegetic UI, which is really cool. And I realized that this kind of could be diegetic as well. And in the end, these labels are like, they don't really matter. It's not like an exam and you need to get it right. They just help us when we are designing a game and you're thinking of what experience you're trying to give to your player. it helps you to like make those decisions and think, and also when you communicate with your team, like, okay, we're doing a diegetic UI, okay, that's gonna entail a lot of like dependencies, we need a 3D asset, we need to make sure that we are fully invested in this because it's gonna need like a lot of planning and a lot of work. And I like to discuss this because I also find that like UI is not just menu and buttons, it's actually a lot more complex than that. So it's really cool to always like see what comes out and what all the games are using. But yeah, I hope that this has been cool. I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet. So online, like there's a lot of like discussion, like what is UX, what is a UX role, UX/UI, UI artist, UI designer, UX designer, UX/UI, like tech UI artist. So just wanted to explain quickly, like if it's a UX role, it's everything before the visuals. So it's like what we discussed before. What kind of player are you playing? Are you making the game for? What games do they normally play? Where would they be playing at home? What's their usual setup? You might think about, you might do more research also about like more user research, like what's the percentage of gamers like in terms of gender and things like that. And then you'll be doing, of course, wireframing and a lot of like deciding on the controls, some accessibility. So it's everything before the visuals, also probably playtests. And then this is a really nice book that I like that explains a lot about how the brain works, and she does a lot of talks as well. It will be in the Google Docs, and it's gone. So for UI visual, so this is where I spent most of my career. So it's all the visual things. It's, you know, doing your Photoshop mockups, having good graphic design like principles, typography, and understanding layouts, color theory. But also it's a lot about motion as well, because menus in games are alive. So although you can do like a nice flat graphic, but you also have to think how does it transition in and out, do some After Effects as well. So that's usually part of like the visual side as well. And then you have tech UI, which is, in the last few years, this has been quite a big role that has been coming on, and difficult to find people who are doing tech UI. So it's the people who take the mockups, and then they break it down into widgets, and they do the implementation work. And it's either usually coders who like design and art, or then it's artists who start to lean more into implementation. And I personally have really liked doing implementation work now, because I feel like then you really have like all the power if you can do everything by yourself, and then you can iterate everything by yourself. You don't need the coder. It's like stand back, and then the coders look at my blueprints and they're like, this is a complete mess. Like, this is not how you do things. But I find that working in UI, I think it's good to understand the engine that you're working with, because the more you understand your engine, the more you understand your limitations and where you can push things as well. So yeah, those are usually the roles, and they will vary. So it depends on the project, it depends on the studio. They might have massive teams, they might have really small teams. So it's good to just, read the job description and ask, because for me it's been different in every role. In trials I did just mockups and like Photoshop mockups and wireframes, and then in Rocksteady it was like everything, wireframe, mockups, implementation work. So I think the nice thing about working in UI and UX is also you can lean one way, and then you might find you start to like something else as well. And it's nice because you can like, throughout your career, you can switch, or you can just completely specialize as well. Really depends. And then, so now we go into my learnings, all my learnings which have turned my hair white from when I was young. So when you start a project, again, depends how big or small your project is. What I find is super helpful is to have a common library. So having shared assets for buttons, for widgets, for info panels, having some kind of system so that when you down the line changes are going to happen, and you're going to have to iterate things a lot. So if you make a lot of widgets individually spread all over the place, it's going to be a complete pain to update them. So having a common library with shared assets that might reflect in your Figma UX wireframes is like really, really helpful. And then like a good example is in Unreal, they have a common UI, and that has like shared input handling and like a data-driven theming system, which is amazing. So when you make a new widget, you can choose what buttons to use, what font styles to use. Having a system like that really helps you to keep some sort of control in the madness and helps you later down the line when you have bugs. If you can update one asset, that updates all the other assets. It's like, oh, thank God. Font styles is really important. So if you have font style is like, for example, you have a font description, and in the font description, I'm just talking from Unreal, you have font description, and then you say, I want this font, this size, this outline, this color, and it's defined. And then you'll have a font title, main title, subtitle, font for a HUD, and then you try not to have too many. You try to, again, maintain control of the UI, which can be difficult because as the project goes on and more people get involved, things can spread out. So if you try to like have some ground rules from the start, it helps a lot. And why the font styles? Because if you happen to need to change your font later and you import it in the engine, and you might need to change the size because it didn't match with the previous font. You don't want to go through like 100 widgets and update every single text file, text widget. It's really difficult. Color library would be great if you can set up a color library earlier. You might not know what exactly your colors are going to be, but for colorblind settings, it's really good to already just start linking them up earlier so that later on, once a lot of stuff is built, it's really then troublesome to go back and link them all up to the color library, especially also if you're working with VFX or UI materials. Color library would be great to set up earlier. So component system, color library, your font styles, having a good folder structure helps, although, I mean, that's in life, right? In all our PCs, it's good to have a good folder structure. But in UI, again, it's all about maintaining some kind of control and system, because when a lot of people start to get involved in UI, files can go all over the place. So have a folder for this feature, the map, all the widgets are going to go in here, and then there's a subcomponents folder. All subcomponents are going to go here, and a good naming system as well. Also, if you work in a big team, source files, make sure your PSD source files, your working files are somewhere for the rest of the team. So if you go on holiday and there's a P1 bug and everyone is looking, oh my God, where's the source file for that icon? It can be like, everything's on fire. So source file structure, good folder structure, naming system. And then lastly, materials are really good to use rather than textures, because materials are like great for optimization. You can scale them in any size, like your background textures, and it won't lose quality. And they're really, they don't take up so much space compared to textures, because I've had it where we had like big textures, and then at the end of the project, they're like, yeah, you can't, this is too big, all these textures need to go. So if you just use materials at the start, it would be great, especially for prompts, because for accessibility, you could resize your prompt to any size, then it won't lose quality. So use of materials is great. In Unreal, there's a UI material lab, and I also put the link in the Google Docs. So they have a lot of base materials that you can start from, and as well as a lot of tutorials online about it. So yeah, materials is something I've been learning in the last few years, and you can also make animations with materials. For example, if you have a shared button asset, and you use a material to do the hover animation, and then rather than doing the hover animation in the actual asset, and then later down the line we're like, oh, we changed the style, so let's change the animation in the material. You just change it in the material, you don't have to even touch the button. So doing things like that helps to just optimize your workflow, and that the changes that will come, which will come, because making a game is so organic and creative, there'll be like changes all the time. Which goes to my next point, which is about planning for changes. So when you get a feature like a design doc, for me it's rare that the design doc is going to be the final design. It's like, this is an idea for what we want, like an inventory screen, and there'll be 3 categories, and there'll be some info panel, okay, and then at some point, maybe 6 months down the line, actually, we want like also special weapon that you'll get, okay, and then later it's like, then there's a power up that you're gonna get for the special one, okay, we'll add that somewhere, somehow, and then you actually collect resources that you can upgrade that special thing, so design will change along the way. So what I try to do is when I get the design doc, I really try to think of all the edge cases I can think of, like everything that the designer might have forgot, like, okay, well, what if the player wants this? What if, will the player be able to collect 5 special weapons? Is it just 1 special weapon? What if it drops another special weapon? How much can you upgrade this special weapon? Like, how far do we go with this? How much, like, space in terms of, like, boxes, like when you think of like scrollies, should we add a scroll bar? Yes, always add a scroll bar, because it will usually scroll. In terms of like tabs, like, is there a possibility that we might add 1 more, or are you sure we're gonna have 3? Okay. At this point, I usually also speak to the code team a lot, because we try to do some, when we implement, because once you implement features, that's when things are a bit more set in stone. That's when it gets a little bit more tricky to do the updates. So when you do the implementation, it's good to speak to the coder, the engineers, and just ask them like, okay, in case this might blow up, or like this might get more, how can we implement this so we can just add stuff in later? And there will be things where it can't be helped. It completely changes everything. Like, it's something slams in and you're like, this doesn't fit with anything we've designed. And then you might have to butcher it, or you might have to completely redo it, or do hacks. Like a lot of games, it's just like hacks on hacks on hacks, which we try to avoid as much as we can. But sometimes it can't be helped when you do a playtest and there's like, this wasn't fun, so we need to change things. It can't be helped because that's game design, so all we can do on the UI side is try as much to like have something flexible that it could make changes to a point. And then at some point it's like, okay, well, it's not going to come out the beautiful menu. I just have the beautiful Photoshop mockup, but in the game it's not going to be that. So, and that's okay. That's all right, because that's just game development. And also now accessibility. So this is what happens if you try to put accessibility at the end of the game. It's very difficult. So 1 in 6 people live with some form of disability, which is a huge amount. A huge part of the population, and it's not a condition, it's a mismatch between a person's abilities and the environment. And accessibility tries to like reduce and removes all the friction from that. And at some point in our lives, all of us, either we will be, or we are, or we might temporarily have some like conditions. For example, you get some kind of ear infection, you might not be able to hear out of your ear. Or if you're like 1 arm is like you holding a baby, you might not be able to play with both arms. Or you live in a very noisy environment, you need subtitles. Or my teammate Lisa, she started to have an issue with a bone in her thumb. And so she had to switch to vertical mouse as well. So she can't really lean her wrist on the table anymore. And she can't do rapid taps anymore. So any games that have rapid tapping that will block your progress, she can't play those games anymore. So like all of a sudden it's like, oh, now I'm blocked from playing a few games. So if we, from the start of the game, when you're starting to build the game, if we can consider like not just the UI, UX people, but everybody, think about as we make the features like, okay, let's expose some things in the code. If you can build a settings menu, like bare bones settings menu, just build it earlier on, and expose things in the code while you're building the game. For example, the rapid tap example. So if the coder is like, okay, I'm just gonna expose it to also have hold, and then just throw it in the settings menu. Just expose things, throw it in the settings menu. You don't have to like think like, okay, what are all the presets gonna be and all that yet. just while you're building it, think about it, expose the things in the code, because further down the line, when the game is like much more like close to completion and we have bugs and our priority is to ship the game, then it's very difficult to push for, hey, can we add hold? The coders are like, nope, I have another P1, can't do it. So if we just try to keep this in mind and do it at the start while we're building the game, it would be great. And so it's not like you have to do like everything of everything. There are like guidelines to do like some basic things, and it also really depends on the game you're making, because like it affects navigation, it affects like your gameplay features, and it's not about making the game easy, because people still want to have fun and have a challenge. It's just about removing friction. So I have some links, and that's the QR code, which I'll put later also. But like Microsoft has a lot of good guidelines, and then I like to check this, can I play that? It's like a really nice reviewing website, so I can see what like people's pain points are. It's really interesting. I know there's a lot of YouTube reviews as well, and in the comments, people just give solutions as well. So the answers are all actually there. Like, oh, okay, actually this wouldn't be hard to implement. We can just do that. Just do one small thing, and you could help like, if you help one person, you could help like another 1,000 people, and then more people can play a game, and then you make more money, which is great. So yeah, settings menu earlier on is great. And then there's an inclusive design workshop later also, which would probably be super handy about this. Also, special effect is like this charity in the UK, and they help a lot with like motor disability. They do a lot of custom controller setup, and if you go to their website and check their videos of all the people they help, it always like makes me want to cry, because it's like, wow, you realize who you're actually helping, and it's really nice. Hello darkness, my old friend. Localization and fonts. So with fonts, it's very good to import your font in the engine, whatever engine you use earlier on. So I usually use that. I go through and look a lot of, oh, I like this font. I just throw it in the engine to see how it looks. Because like in Trials Fusion, I had beautiful, beautiful, sweet Futura, and then in the engine it was all jagged. The engine didn't render it well, and it was never fixed. But so just check how it looks in the engine. Also, sometimes in the text view, it could be a little bit like not in the center, so you need to check that the line spacing as well. And then also when you are designing mockups, this is the standard. You have to add padding, 40% more space for other languages. If you can get your localization pipeline a bit earlier, that would be great, so you can test how it looks in other languages. Or sometimes I use like Google Translate, and then it's a bit more manual in my Photoshop just to see how it looks, because localization can break your layouts. And if you've done your font styles, and then you've added accessibility for the font sizes, you have to check the font size with also the very long language, and it could like, yeah, again, break your menus. Also, Arabic is right to left, left to right. So if you intend to release with Arabic, think about your menu layouts. Unreal has culture setting, so you can click a checkbox and it will flip your menus. But yeah, check that earlier in the game, because like in Suicide Squad, I didn't know we were doing Arabic, and it was towards the end, and they were like, yeah, localization team is gonna test for Arabic, and I'm like, what, we're not doing Arabic? We haven't set up any menu for right, left to right, right to left, and it was, and I almost died. So yeah, if you're doing Arabic, please check the right to left. Also, Chinese characters, Japanese kanji, and Korean, the characters are small and they have more details. So if you have, check your font size, because when you switch it to another language, it can be too tiny to read. So you might need, they call it, I think, font remapping, font rescaling, but that you could make just the Chinese text a little bit bigger so it can be readable. But if you had your accessibility setting to make your font bigger, that would be fine. Line spacing is also important. There's a lot with fonts, you know. That's why I keep saying about the font style. So with English graphic design aesthetic, it's very nice to have the text like really nice and close together, like, oh, it's so tight and looks so clean. But then a lot of languages have accents on the top and the bottom of the font. So if your line spacing is too close, oh, it's not gonna work, everything's gonna overlap. Like, I'm so like, with line spacing, that bothers me, that localization and fonts has a bit of space, but I still don't want to touch the line spacing. I'm just gonna leave it as it is. So yeah, localization, yeah, Korean, Japanese letter, Arabic. But yeah, so when you build your menus, you build it with localization in mind. It is important because people are gonna play your game in a lot of other languages, so yeah. Yeah, I think that's, I'm just thinking, was that really everything with fonts? Yes, it was, okay. And then, yeah, like collaboration and communication, so like, this is kind of like general, but like working in video games, you work with people from a lot of different countries, and I myself was like from Singapore, and then I worked in Finland, and then in the UK, and culturally people are quite different with how they communicate, like there's different level of directness and bluntness, different sense of humor, different terms that they use, so it's important, like for me, I try to like suss out, like what's the vibe, what's the temperature here, like how are they actually upset, are they not upset, is there a problem or not a problem, like try to figure out culturally what the context is. And then I have one example, I was with my friend Haley, she's from the north in England, and so she was always asking me, oh, do you want to go and eat like chicken, fried chicken? I'm like, yeah, I don't mind. And I meant I don't mind like yeah, I don't, like I generally, like yeah, like it's not like, yeah, let's go eat chicken, but it's like, yeah, I don't mind eating chicken, yeah, let's go eat chicken. And she always thought I was like I don't mind, like I don't really want to, but it's fine. So she always actually took it in a negative way, and I didn't know it for months. Like I don't know how much I said that, but at one point she asked me, you want to go eat somewhere? And I'm like, yeah, like let's go eat Thai, I don't mind. And she was like, okay, that means yes. I'm like, yeah, what have you thought this whole time? And she's like, oh, I always thought it was like negative. I was like, oh no, like, so that's like such a small thing, but it can actually lead to like miscommunication if people thought that I'm like being that this whole time. And I told this story to my colleague, my teammate Lisa, the one with the thumb, sorry Lisa, the bone thumb issue. And she was also like, what? So I thought the same thing. Like, how is it that, and she's from Moldova, so all this time you also thought, I mean, she was like, yeah, and I really didn't like it. What? So now I'm like, okay, I guess I'll just stop saying I don't mind, because, so this is one example of like how people just take things differently. And then in Singapore also, I think sometimes we are quite direct, like if someone asks me something, I'm like, huh? Like, huh? So, and then I realized that, like maybe in UK, if someone's like, hey, Ellen, I'm huh? That it can be kind of rude, like, huh? Like, huh? Like, at least say like, yes, may I please help you with your inquiry? Like, I mean, not like that, but like, that maybe sometimes my mannerisms are too like direct or too blunt. So there is that. So I think, you know, we're all working in games, a lot of different people, and, you know, we just want to like come together, work in a team, be nice to each other. And I find like games is like everyone holding a tray with this shaky glass castle, and then we're like, okay, no, turn this way, no, turn this way, and we're just trying to get it over to the other side. So communication, teamwork, getting along really well with the people you work with, and understanding that people are different, they are going to go communicate differently. It's okay, they don't take it personally, that's just fine. And yeah, and also game industry is small, and I've made like so many nice friends also, so it's been like really wild, crazy experience, but really nice as well. And then I wanted to just end with something a bit like positive. So like if you find like there's something that you keep coming back to, something that makes you really excited, that you're really passionate about, I think it's just follow, like just keep doing what you're doing. For me, it wasn't like direct, even though I've been a gamer for like my whole life, but I didn't like get into games straight away, but I just kept drawing and then somehow kind of wound my way into games. So I think it's important, like, you know, life is short and as Gandalf says, you know, all we have to decide is what to do with the time we have because, you know, again, life is short, so let's just do our best and go for things and try things out and live life with no regrets, you know? Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Thank you. Woo. Thanks. That's the QR code. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening. Thank you so much. I was rambling a lot. My throat is so dry. That's the QR code for the Google Docs for all the YouTube videos and stuff. I think that's it. Okay, thank you, Satish.
So we've got a couple of minutes if anyone's got any questions you're welcome to. Okay. If not, then I think we've got lunch outside, so we can meet back here in just over an hour. All right, thank you, Helen.
Thank you very much.
Once again.
Thank you.
Welcome, Bergen. Welcome everyone back after lunch. Hope you had a great lunch, and I'm really excited to welcome our next speaker. He's had quite the harrowing adventure to get here in one piece, so we're really glad that he could still kind of present. They're a technical character artist with over a decade of experience working on AAA titles, known for combining technical skill with really creative vision, such as games like Spider-Man PS4, The Order 1886, beautiful game, Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart. So here to share some tips and tricks regarding what it takes to have a long, productive career in games, please give a warm welcome to Sol Brennan.
All right. Hey, folks. How you doing? Day 2? You all right? Okie dokes. So I got a nice intro there, but kind of a spoiler as well, actually. Like, now I can't wow you the same way. I'm going to talk a little bit today about my experience over the last, I think I started in like 2012. God, probably. And, you know, kind of how I've lasted this long so far. Sometimes I don't really know myself either, to be fair. So let's get started. And by the way, the presentation design is either the best decision I've made or the worst decision, so please enjoy. So yeah, who am I? We've already established this. I actually graduated, I'm actually Scottish. I live in the States, I live in Seattle, but I'm Scottish. And I graduated from Abertay University in Dundee. I worked at a whole bunch of studios. Mentioned there, I started at Blitz in the UK, Ready at Dawn, Insomniac. More recently, Heart Machine, just finished a contract with a studio called Magic Soup. Did 2 years at Unity, because why not? And then, you know, also, as I said, spoiler, I got introduced a little bit, but what am I really? It turns out I don't know, and nor does anyone else, actually. These all have the same job responsibilities. Like, job searching sucks. And you know what the worst is no shade on Ubisoft, but even Ubisoft doesn't have an idea of what the hell I am. Like, what are they doing? But yeah, don't be ashamed. Like, honestly, half of my colleagues don't know what I do, so, you know, it's okay. But for those who don't, I'm responsible for this stuff, this nice bear I pulled off of some retargeting website. Love the T-pose. But yeah, I make rigs, which is putting the bones inside characters, normally exclusively 3D games. I write tools for animators, for Maya, so they don't have to deal with Maya. And I'm the one that has to deal with Maya, which, yeah, I know, tell me about it. Like, every day is like, I oscillate between, you know, joy at, like, giving them the tools, and then also despair at the things I have to do to give them those tools. But yeah, and I also, because, you know, I work in games as well, I love interfacing with the engine a lot more. So I do a lot of implementing the engine, I do dynamics, I do cloth, all sorts of fun stuff. If the character moves and I can add something to it, then I'm usually in there trying to do it. So why should you listen to me? I mean, you don't have to, honestly. I'm not your dad, but I have worked on a bunch of cool games with a bunch of cool people. Can't take credit, obviously, for it all, but yeah, like, as mentioned, Spider-Man, Ratchet & Clank, The Order, Lone Echo, a VR game, Hyper Light Breaker, released within the last year, indie darling successor. Worked at all kind of studios, from mobile to R&D to tech to you know, working on VR stuff to AA, AAA, whatever. Whoa, okay, that was good. So I'll just play you my reel because that gives me 2 minutes, and also you might get a better idea of what I do. always fun to watch your life condensed into 2 minutes. Highly recommend it. Thank you. Let's start getting to the meat of things. Why am I here today? Obviously to dispense knowledge, but the idea is hopefully that I'm going to give you some tips. If maybe you're more interested in what I do, or technical art or technical animation, I'll give you some tips and tricks there. If not, I don't know, your loss. It's a great job to do. Anyways, yeah, make you laugh or cringe. And yeah, hopefully there's also some more broader lessons to it that can maybe help you, take some knowledge back to what you do specifically. And I do want to acknowledge it's an unstable time right now. I'm actually unemployed, believe it or not. My last day was Friday, and then I flew out here because I was on a contract. Don't worry about it. I'm figuring it out. I've been in the industry as long as I have, and this is a really not great time. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Development seems to be moving away from the US, which is good for you folks here, but not so good for folks like me. And as I said, job searching sucks because, of course, not only can I not find out what my job is actually called, it seems to be the jobs are up and gone, pretty fast. So my advice is apply fast, apply quickly, and try and talk to somebody inside if you know and see if you could. But even then, they're getting a lot of applicants. But I would say don't give up hope because I also graduated fairly shortly after the great financial crash, and everybody kept saying games were recession-proof, and guess what? They were not recession-proof. And the first 3 companies I applied at, which were Blitz, Reddit Dawn, and Insomniac, were all completely blind applies. I did not know anyone there. It's not totally rigged, you know what I mean? I want to give you guys some hope that things will get better because people play games. People want to play games. So let's talk about some character tech art tips. And let's start off with an example. And this is no shade on World of Warcraft. I love World of Warcraft. I played way too much World of Warcraft. But when we're talking about rigging, you know what I mean? Sorry, what the hell is this? Oh, God. We're talking about rigging when we're making characters. Most of my job is actually problem solving more than art. It is art, but it's mostly problem solving the art. And so we look at a character like this, and we look at the pauldrons that they have. There's massive, tusks, basically. They're meant to be tusks of some creature, if I recall correctly. And we have to start asking ourselves, what happens if, right? What happens if you lift your arms above your head, right? That's a really annoying one. You're hanging off a ledge, you're doing a Nathan Drake, ledge shimmy. What happens if you cross your arms? What happens if you lie on your back? What happens if you do a barrel roll? Actually, this guy rolls really well. I watched the roll animation on him, and it looks pretty good because it looks like he's got big wheels. But yeah, thanks to the WoW model viewer, I was able to preview some of these scenarios, and you can see, I guess his head really doesn't matter. It's getting smooshed regardless. And the ground doesn't seem to apply to physics. So and this is okay within WoW because WoW is a super highly stylized game. It's very graphic fidelity is quite low. It can get away with a lot of this and look good because it's kind of cohesive across the entire product, and it's what people kind of expect anyways from it being an older game. But what we can do, at least these days, is be involved. I know, really bad puns, I'm sorry. Be involved as early as we can for a job like mine. So I try and get in as soon as I can in concept iteration, and there's a balance to be had between a character artist literally doodling out some designs and trying out a whole suite of options, and when they start honing in on design. So once they start honing in and the creative direction, they start to be I like this one, I like this one. That's kind of where I'm okay, hell, I'm going to inject myself here, and I'm not there to be a party pooper, but I'm there to offer some reality to the designs that they're creating. So, big part of that is anticipating problems before they happen, because this is like the best way to reduce expenses, right? Like making expensive art assets very time consuming and then having to redo them because of a problem. I've seen that ruin so many parts of games across my entire career. It's upsetting. So I try and stop that. I do remind the team members that every decision that they make has a knock-on effect not only to other departments, but also in the stuff that I do, because everything is usually, if you've got a good company, scheduled out. So I'll say to them, hey, you can have, I don't know, big badass wings on this character, but it's going to give me less time to do, I don't know, all the chains that hang off of them because you chose that for some reason. You pick and choose your battles. And when you talk to people and offer them like, hey, here's, you can have this, or you can kind of have this, or you can kind of have a little bit of both, and they're not going to, be as strong. It allows people to make decisions with, a lot more informed decisions. I also make sure I work with other departments like the animators to make sure that their needs are covered. There's no point me, talking about a feature that animation doesn't need, right? Or design isn't going to ever use, like this character's never going to do X, Y, Z. And that's also, within the scope of the concept, right? You'll always have like a concept meeting a design and game. And so hopefully it's tailored to that. But yeah, don't stifle the creativity. I just try and say, hey, if you're going to do this, just be careful, X, Y, Z is expensive, time consuming, blah, 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 blah. So here's a little example. It's not like massive, but this was a character when I was a Heart Machine that was made before I joined the company. And they're still very cool. But you can notice the following, right? The cloth crosses across the legs here, and it goes below the knees. There's a shroud that goes over the back, and not only that, but it goes over the arms as well, and the clavicles. There's actually 2 layers of cloth, right? Remember, this is a kind of lower fidelity game. We don't have like crazy self-collision cloth systems. Even if it is done on Unreal, we weren't able to use Unreal's cloth system because of the shader that we were using. So, this cloth on cloth is not ideal. And also, where the feathers were in the back of the legs, whenever the character runs in the game, you can imagine when the character bends their knees, the feathers would penetrate right through the cloth in the back of the legs and into the back of the legs as well. And so, when I joined, this was a character that I, helped them iterate on. But I didn't mention the last slide, actually, but like the reason cloth across the knees and across the legs and under the knees sucks is because that is hell on earth to make look good. It just sucks. You either skin its legs and it looks okay, or you try and simulate it and it doesn't behave itself. It's a nightmare. I don't recommend it. This was a character that I designed after the fact. Still a really cool, interesting design, Goro. But we made a lot of time-saving adjustments. The backpack I made sure was not only above the tail, but was on the upper portion of the back so that it stayed mostly with the spine. The bits of cloth that we did have were free, like hanging cloth. They weren't tethered between limbs or anything like that. And they were in places where there's minimal collision, i.e. kind of on the hip or on the back of the leg and short. The hood and the scarf did not go over the arms or shoulders. It stays kind of primarily located on the torso. And the belt is actually super high up. That means that when he's bending his legs, or they're bending their legs and they're running or whatever, the belt isn't getting like intersecting with the knees and hips and stuff like that. Yeah, so that was, that made, when it came to working on the character, just it was a lot faster. This guy took way longer, and honestly, in my opinion, doesn't look as good as this guy, just because of the decisions that we made. So, well, what should you anticipate? Well, everything needs to be held within context, as I said earlier. There's no point designing for scenarios that don't exist. So you ask yourself, where will this be seen? What will it be doing? In what context does the player see it? I.e., is it, in the back? You only see it generally from the front attacking you. Is it a player character that you see mostly from the back? How close is the camera, right? Like, the level of detail dictates, those questions. The answers to those questions, rather. And I try to solve for that, plus like 20% more, i.e., if someone says to me, it won't do X, Y, Z, I can guarantee you it will probably do at least X and Y, right? So I anticipate that. I design a little bit of wiggle room when they say, can it do, this thing? I'll be like, it's not meant to, but I will design it so that it can do it if it needs to. As I said, it's also if it's a small asset or a far-off NPC, it doesn't have much screen time, you don't need to spend as much time on it. Spend your time wisely where it's needed. And so this is my little checklist. I'm sure there's a bazillion more points, but like if you are actually doing technical animation or rigging stuff, this is the kind of stuff I look for. Poses that kind of usually test the limits of what characters can do, especially if they're bipedal. What happens when they raise their arms straight above their heads? When they bend the elbows, especially extreme bends. So think, touching your own, your own collarbone. What happens when they sit down? Like, if they sit down in a chair, if they've got a long cape or cloak, where does it go? How does it hang? How does it sit? Does it collide? Does it just go through the chair? Every game I've worked on seems to be an action-adventure game, so the characters are always rolling. What happens, when they roll, right? If they have like cloth and stuff, does it collide with the ground? Does it go through them? Especially it's dynamic. Like, how quick are the rolls? Can we get away with clipping where the players won't see it and it won't detract from their experience? Similarly, the knees bend. When I worked on Spider-Man, they changed MJ's rig, like a little bit into it. And she has to, by design, stay under 1 meter when she's hiding behind, because there's a stealth section of the game. She has to stay under 1 meter tall objects. But she has to be able to crouch, and she has to be able to crouch run. And by the way, I went into my backyard and I tried to record myself crouch running under 1 meter. It's not possible, right? Like, it's not something, unless you're superhuman, you can do. But so the legs technically had like a 175-degree angle on them because the knees were literally at her face. And so I had to solve her, the rest of her body to not look like crap, basically, because you're holding this pose the entire mission. That was a fun change. Another one is forward or side splits. Characters don't tend to do splits unless they're doing martial arts moves or something like that. But people always forget about that, especially with the crotch area in characters. The crotch diamond is kind of common thing you'll see in games where if the character's sitting with both legs up and especially if they're spread out a little bit, there'll be a very sharp point on their crotch because it's not skinned correctly. Other things like touching their own head with their hands, touching their toes, and reaching their arms back as well, like straight back, I don't know, like a Naruto run. Like, those are generally kind of checklist poses I'll run a character through. And then if it's not bipedal, then cross-reference it to the closest real-world alternative. So like, here's a nice diagram I stole from someone else. Almost all mammal creatures share anatomy with us. For example, people think that the bend in the leg of like a cat or a dog is actually the knee at the bottom, but that's actually their ankle. The purple is. Or they walk on their toes. Except bears. Bears walk on their hands. They're like plantigrade. They're weird. And cats specifically, actually, they have floating clavicles. The clavicles don't connect to the skeletons, so that's why they're so flexible, and that's why they can do like twisty turns in the air. But yeah, definitely, if you're working on something that isn't human, is more of a creature, look up its closest real-world relatives. Look at its anatomy. Make sure you're matching what it's capable. Like I forgot to put it in, but like the amount of times I get wings, bat wings, where the wings just don't make any sense. You know, like some anime feather wings or whatever, where there's like literally no skeleton inside of it, and you're like, how do I rig this? Yeah, I always have to come back and be like, here, look at a bat, right? That's how they fly. And you know, on that note, reference, please use it. Really, like, there's nothing that can match bring your assets up to quality than just finding reference. And the great thing about it is the internet these days is actually, there's way more information out there than when I started. We actually had to buy DVDs, very expensive DVDs, with like really bad, low quality videos on them of like people doing walk cycles and stuff, just to get like ideas of like what the human body is doing in locomotion without literally recording ourselves. And you know, doing that naked in the studio isn't really something, it's a bit frowned upon. Other useful videos though, you can search useful search terms, especially because, you know, searching for some of the things can yield you some dodgy results. I recommend going for physical therapy videos, stretching yoga videos, or workout videos. Usually they have very controlled cameras because they're showing you how to do something and they want to make sure your movement is very controlled. And so it's it's often very slow as well. So it's a very good way to see how, you know, the body moves, where its limits are, how muscles move, etc. On that point, please do not use AI. I've seen people use AI as reference, and it is just outright wrong. It does not understand what it's doing. Try and put search terms that like cull AI results if you can, because or just resort to videos you know are real, or get the footage yourself, because there's no comparison between the two. Oh yeah, and as I said, like, get the reference yourself. This is my biggest pet peeve, and I'm going to talk about it because it drives me crazy. But when working in rigging, you know, hands are actually very time-consuming because, you know, you have to do the fingers 4 times and the thumb 1 time, right? Twice on every character. The amount of times I get rigs, so this is actually my hand here, and I'm just showing this where the bend is. I know I've got stubby fingers, but whatever. See where the bend is on my hand, and see where the actual fingers meet the palm. What I get often is something like this, where they put the joints at where the hand meets the palm, and not actually where the knuckles are inside the palm, like in the x-ray there, where you can see the flesh of the fingers is actually higher up than the actual knuckle itself. And so you can actually see the memory, I guess, the memory of how your hand bends in these 2 big lines in your hand, if your hand is capable of doing that. And so when you're placing your joints, please do not do that. Do this, right? That's where they go. Your hand will get so much better poses. And on a note here, especially for doing hands, I haven't mentioned it, like, you know, often you'll put in metacarpals, and the biggest reason for that is without a metacarpal, you can't do this motion where you press your thumb to your pinky. So that's always a good litmus test for the range on your character, is if they can touch their thumb to their pinky. Yeah, and you know, I mentioned it earlier, but my nemesis cloth. For some reason, I'm known as the cloth person, even though it's one of the things I hate the most. I actually did a whole talk, half an hour talk, I think it was, or was it an hour-long talk? I think it was an hour-long talk at GDC on how much I hated cloth. Nobody, like, almost nobody went, you know, because it was very niche. But I will say my claim to fame on this is the one person who did go to it and like it and speak to me afterwards was the physics director of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, because they used the exact same system, and they were like, how the hell did you do like XYZ, because we had the same problems. So I felt at least very like you know, validated in that, okay, if, you know, Breath of the Wild guys are having the same issues as me, then I'm obviously not stupid or something. But yeah, there's a link there if you want to go watch it. You know, both realistic and stylized games use cloth, and as you know, as I said, there's many solutions. There's real time with the vertices that are animated. There's bone based. There's baked. But I just try not have it generally, actually, at this point, right? Until our technology gets better. But mentioned earlier, avoid cloth that goes past the knees, behind the bend. That's, if there's no reason for the cloth, some of the times I get designs and the cloth is like literally here, like maybe a few inches under the knee. I'm like, there's no reason for that. Just hike it up a few inches and save me a lot of trouble. If it is something that wraps around their entire body, try to ensure a split in it, because that gives it a lot more room to stretch. So a side split or a front split, if it's like a coat. Avoid having the connection from the limb to limb or torso. So, like a big poncho where the arm connects to the body like this. That's another thing that sucks to solve. And long pieces of cloth. I really believe this scene was made just for the people who made cloth in The Incredibles, because I feel that so deeply. Long pieces of cloth have a tendency to candy wrapper, which is like twist into like very, very thin surface area, or they will solve on the wrong side of the body if you move too fast. And then that's it, they're stuck on the other side until the game resets you in some way. So yeah, I try and avoid difficult cloth problems right now. It's not great. It's not the best for design, but like our technology right now is just not, it's on the cusp of being really good, but it's not quite at that level where it can really solve cloth in a way that is easy to author, not super time consuming, and doesn't look like crap most of the time. And also, yeah, that reuse is not bad. It's actually smart. And this is another example. When I worked on Ratchet, we were discussing the female. We knew we wanted a female version of Ratchet to be one of our protagonists, and we were discussing whether or not we should have 2 skeletons, right? Because it's going to double up the amount of animation work. Even if you're retargeting it, it's still going to double up the amount of animation work. And I, at the beginning, was like gung-ho, like they should have a different skeleton because that will honor her as a unique and independent character. She's not just a reskin. But actually, what we did was we were like, okay, let's just test it first and see how it goes. And, so we came up with the designs and we put them on the skeleton, and they actually look really good, and she looks completely distinct, and she can have her own animations in certain areas, but it basically halved the work. And my instinct on that was wrong. My instinct was I want to make it have an independent skeleton because then she can truly be her own character. But the reality is I don't think anybody, hopefully if they played the game, thought that she was just a skin swap of Ratchet. Especially because one of her arms is like a robot arm. It's using the same bones though. Oh yeah, I was just informed that this was removed from Adventure Time, so apparently because of consent, so my bad. But Kiss, keep it simple, silly. This is something I learned also early on in my career from one of my first bosses, was do not overcomplicate things. This is also mentioned in Richard Williams' Animator Survival Kit and Frank and Ollie's Disney animation, The Illusion of Life, so it's not something new. But I had the tendency to want to overcomplicate my rigs at the beginning to show off my skills, and the reality is animators don't want you to animate for them. They don't want the rig to do the animation for them. They want you to give them the ability to animate, and sometimes it means there is some solving, i.e. like physics stuff, like the amount of times a wheel will, depending on the speed of like a car, the wheel rotating the correct amount so that they don't have to figure out the maths. That's something that you can help them with, right? Because that can be solved by maths. But like rigs that try and animate for them, they would turn off the features almost immediately. So like half the time when they want something, I just throw in an FK control, and that's good enough. Yeah, don't overcomplicate it. Speaking of, do you want to know what the same about these 2 characters up here is actually that they have almost no extra helper deformation joints in the body. Like, if you're doing something like God of War, where the character's half naked, yeah, I can see why you have all that extra stuff. Or if you're working on something of like super AAA fidelity, but most of my rigs do not have helper joints beyond, say, the twists in the legs and the arms, because you need those, and maybe something to help out with the knees and the elbows or the hips. Yeah, same same you can get crazy good results, stylized or realistic. You don't necessarily need them. Not to say you don't have them, but I always try and make the most of what I can with the least before I start going into more complicated solutions. And use a proxy, and it's not the proxy they're probably aware of, but what we call proxy meshes in rigging. So a proxy mesh is a way of transferring weights from a very simple mesh to a complicated one, and this is something I didn't know when I first started, and I learned myself, and it I don't know if it's common knowledge now, but it saves so much time when it comes to skinning. So if you have a double-sided object, you delete one side of the double-sided. You do not need to skin that other side. If it's complicated topology, say it's like a skirt, and you have a vertex for each joint, and you try to skin that. You have a whole matrix of joints. Just make a mesh with a vertex for each joint, and use that as a starting point, and transfer that over with basically copying. Don't skin things you don't need to spend time skinning. So, for example, this is from the ASRI model in Rig, which is something I worked. I didn't do the model, but I did the Rig with my friend Jonathan Cooper, who wrote a book called Game Anim. If you're interested in game animation, you should probably get it. I'm not here for this isn't a plug, but it could be. This sucks to skin. If you've done skinning and you look at this, you realize this sucks to skin because it has so many overlapping pieces that you have to keep in line with each other. The belt buckle can't be allowed to move. The pouch has to kind of stay on the belt. This is a lot nicer, right? Literally a couple of boxes, and I've just took the original mesh and I've just deleted literally half the topology. Obviously, it's not shipping with that. That's just what I'm copying the skinning with. But I use these all over the place to simplify, especially now as poly counts keep going up. It makes things a lot easier. It's a time saver. And so I guess at the beginning I said it was about how to make games and influence people, so I should probably talk about the second part of it. And hopefully this is the part that's more applicable to everybody. But caveat is, as a character technical artist, right? I'm not gonna do anything more than that. But so here's some tips and tricks that basically make my colleagues not hate me. I communicate explicitly, and this all sounds very obvious, but trust me, the amount of people that don't use these consistently, I think everyone could stand to learn from it. I always invoke necessary parties when we're talking about something. There's a lot of times that you'll pop into a conversation and someone's decided on a new feature and it's been put into production and design's working on it and you have no idea what it is. And it just came out of the blue. And it's because someone didn't involve you at some point when you should have been involved. Now, you have to be obviously very careful because you don't want to be taking people's time that don't need it to be involved at that point. But you make sure once it becomes relevant to, say, another department that, hey, this is going to impact them, you make sure that you let the relevant party, the closest person, whether it's a lead, whether it's someone on the team who deals with that kind of stuff exclusively, you let them know that that is coming down the pipe. And I make sure to communicate in whatever people use the most. Every company's different, whether it's Slack, whether it's Jira comments, whether it's Discord, whether it's, I don't know, we used Pigeon in Insomniac for a while, and boy, that was something. But yeah, what everyone else is using, please use that. It leaves out, especially in public spaces, it leaves out in the open. Everyone can see these comments. Everyone can see that it was said. And it was open for discussion as well. So nobody can come back and say to you, hey, you didn't talk to me about this thing. I'm like, actually, no, I did. It's right there. You just didn't look at it. Even though I tagged you. Tag them, especially producers. I have worked with people that do not read emails. In this instance, rather than fight against them, I've just, if it's, enough small cases, whatever method works best for them, whether it's a direct call, whether it's a direct message, I don't know, whether it's a pigeon sent from space, I don't know. I will try and use their method, preferred method of communication, even if it's doubling up, because it doesn't hurt. So, this is an example of a comment I would leave, and whenever I submit something, I'd be like, hey, I just want to let you know that I've submitted this newest model with this change list. Please be aware that something is wrong with it currently. It might look a little broken. Tagging producer, designer, and the character artist. Hey, character artist, please make sure to note when it's fixed. When a new texture is in. And usually I'll attach like a screenshot, right? So people know exactly what they're looking at rather than just this, nebulous like, hey, I did a change and I assume that you know what that is and what it looks like. And related to that, leave a paper trail for legal purposes. Kind of kidding, but not kidding. Making a note of what you're doing helps you, other people, and yourself. I guarantee you will not remember that bug that you solved 2 years ago and how you solved it. You will not remember that. So, make committed notes in a place where you know that you will consistently look for them and find them, especially if it's in, say, Confluence or somewhere that's, publicly shared. But at the same time, don't get bogged down in too much documentation because it never stays in date, right? I try and keep things concise and quick. Especially, I prefer typed notes as well rather than, say, videos or pictures, just because they're much easier to search and find and skip to in general rather than having to, watch a video and skip to a point and see blah, blah, blah. I only use that if I'm, showing how to do something very specific. And I skipped this one. Please leave concise comments on your source control. Do not just say updated, added, right? What did you update? What did you add? How was it changed? What is new about it? This is useful because someone can come to you and say, hey, this thing is broken. And you'd be like, and you broke it. And you can look at the commits and say, actually, no, I didn't break it, right? Or you can say, whoa, shit, I did. My bad. And, you can reflect upon how you, can do better next time. Build in redundancies and fail-safes. Have backup plans, especially if you're trying something new. I talked about this in my DocOp talk that I did at GDC, but I had 2 weeks to make this reg. It was needed very quickly, and it was a very complicated reg, and there was a lot of features that it needed to have, but the animators needed it now. So what I did was I gave them the most bare bones version of the reg, and cross my fingers and hope that when I add all the other stuff that they're going to have to use to polish and refine later down the line, that it would be non-intrusive, right? It wouldn't break their animation. It would be something that they can go back and add. Or some of it actually was solving itself. For the telescope and tentacles, that's all maths. They didn't have to do anything. They didn't have to do any adjustments to that. That was just something I integrated into the reg. I re-exported all the animations, and it was in the game. And also, it's harder at smaller studios, but in a bigger studio, try and have someone, on your team that's kind of aware of what you do and how you're doing it, so that, if you're not available or, I don't know, you get knocked down by a boss or something, they know how to solve the problem. I'm laughing because the amount of times that we got the entire animation team in a car and we were like, haha, if we get hit by a bus, then they'll have no animation. Yeah. Yeah, that's been a lot of times. But try and make sure other people are aware of what you're doing so that it's not solely falls to you. Because nobody likes that. Nobody likes bottlenecks, and it doesn't make you look good either. Nothing stays secret, ever. The minute you submit something to source control, someone will have used it. I guarantee you, every single time. Doesn't matter what you call it. You can say placeholder do not use and make it bright pink, and they'll still use it. Once it's submitted into source control, it's no longer yours. Just remember that. People will use it for things it was not intended for. And it will get out of hand at some point. I think in Spider-Man at one point, we discovered there were 6 identical helicopters that were being used in all different instances. So we had to go around and delete them all and make them all one helicopter because they were all the same. They were just literally duplicated out because the designer thought, oh, I'll use that helicopter, make sure when you put things in there that they're ready to be used. Or if it's not ready, make sure it's in a place where if someone else does use it, i.e. it's in a test, it's in your developer folder or it's in another branch. They've really went to like kind of more extreme measures to use it, and you can shout at them for that. Prescribe problems, not solutions, i.e. amount of times I have someone come up to me and they tell me exactly what they want me to do to solve their problem. And when I actually poke them and say, hey, what is your problem, and get to the crux of it, it has nothing to do with what they've asked me to do. It's a completely different problem. If someone has a problem, or you have a problem, explain it, show it, especially visually. Like if you can record it and show, say like you're using part of the tools in the engine, it's really cumbersome, it sucks. Record yourself doing it. Immediately, your engineer or whoever might be helping you out with that tool will see, oh, I can see why this sucks, right? Let the experts take care of the how to do it, right? And I know that's kind of self-defeatist because a lot of people be like, don't bring me only problems, let me know, show me how you solve the problems, but these are kind of more explicitly for problems that other people need to solve for you. You are not capable of solving them because it's not in your jurisdiction. And yeah, I mentioned this earlier, but things will change. That is the one, the one constant is things will change. People will say that X feature or asset will not need to do this thing or that thing. I think on Hyperlight Breaker, there's a big dragon boss called Maw. And the first ideation of her, she is in a big arena room, there's a big platform, you don't see below the platform, you don't see her legs. You never see her legs. And I was like, you're going to see her legs. At some point, your camera is going to move in a way, or the character is going to move in such a way, or she's going to move in such a way as a boss that you're going to have to need to see her legs. And they were like, oh, no, we'll cover it in smoke and effects and stuff like that. And I was like, no, you know what? We'll just put legs in. Right? I'm not going to spend a lot of time on them. I'm not going to make them look amazing in the rig. They're going to be functional. Guess what? They used her legs, every time. So I always anticipate, how my content might be used in the future as well, especially for games that are longer in the tooth, ones that are games as a service or constantly updated. Yeah, try and envision where it might be used elsewhere than its current problem it's trying to solve. And so, we've got, 60 minutes left, and I kind of want to wrap it up so you guys can have some questions if you want them. So I'll summarize, what have I learned in my 10 plus years overall? And these are some really general, my personal feelings. I don't know, these are not universal truths. I would say teams over companies over projects, right? A good team is everything. If you have a good team and a lead that supports you and fights for your team, you will have such a better time. I've worked at companies where I've been miserable, and it was because I was in a team that was not supporting me, but people in the team right next to me that was the best job of their lives, right? And so if you're looking at, say, I want to work at XYZ company, it's often less about the company. Obviously, the company culture at the top dictates the rest of it, and that's very, very important, and not to downplay that, but sometimes it's really down to the team you're joining, whether or not you'll have a good time. So when you're interviewing or when you're looking at places to work, try and specifically see if you can speak to the team that you'll be working with, because 90% of your daily interaction are going to be with those people. As I said, companies do operate from the top down, so if you do have someone at the top doing things that are not great, then it's probably going to percolate, or percolate or whatever through the company, and manifest in some way. Obviously that's not desirable. But so watch out for that as well. Yes, companies at the top level, that's where they're setting standards, and everyone else follows that, whether or not whether or not you're consciously doing it. People will just subconsciously use that as their baseline. When it comes to dealing with other colleagues, assume ignorance rather than malicious intent. This one's going to be really hard because sometimes there is malicious intent, but like if you assume ignorance or just try and solve whatever the problem is rather than get down to who's to blame, the people around you will thank you. And usually if the person that you're dealing with is a bad person doing this maliciously, if they do it long enough, they will, make enough enemies that they won't be there for much longer. Fingers crossed. But yeah. And then, projects. Obviously, you've got to work on a project you believe in, for sure. But projects come and go. And companies change. And the kind of games they work on change. I joined Insomniac so I could make games of all varieties because I really like, working on all sorts of different types of games. But when I got there, we were working on Spider-Man. And after that, you've probably seen it, like apart from Ratchet, it's all Marvel stuff now, right? Like, if I joined, if I was someone who joined specifically for that, that's kind of why I actually left, because I anticipated that and I didn't get that. So just make sure that, like, if you're joining for projects, that you're aware that, like, those will change and they will be dictated by the market. Just work on something you can believe in. Like, I'm not going to work on something that I think is not going to add to the world in a good way. And, on company size, indie versus AAA versus AA, AA versus mobile, blah, 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 blah. Every company has its challenges at the sizes that it's at. It more depends on what you prefer to do. Are you a person that likes to work very broadly? Are you more of a generalist? Do you like to solve lots of problems? Smaller companies are probably better for you. Are you a person that really likes the thing you do and really wants to deep dive on that? Then you might be better at a company where there's, a lot of people doing very specialist stuff. I'm kind of I enjoy working on stuff broadly, but I still like being within my discipline. So normally my preferred space is like AA or barely AAA kind of stuff, because usually you don't need a rigger until, a dedicated rigger on the team until you get to a team size of like 20 plus. But yeah, team size just changes the scopes of the problem. And I've known a lot of incredibly smart and talented people doing absolutely mind-blowing stuff at companies you've never heard of. And that doesn't make those companies or those people any less amazing. So don't discount places that you normally wouldn't look at if you think it might serve what you're looking for. And that is it, actually. Thank you very much for listening to me, monologue for 50 minutes now. If people have questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I have contact details there. You can get me on email. I probably won't answer. No, I will answer. Or you can follow me on Blue Sky. Also, please don't do that. I talk a lot of shite. Yeah, but I'm open for questions.
Yeah, great. Thank you, Sol. That was an awesome talk. We've got a few minutes left, so if anyone's got any burning questions, please feel free to come to the front. And if not, we can take a little kind of short changeover break and get started. But yeah, gentleman at the front.
I'm a bit short, but hopefully you can
Oh, I understand. Don't worry. That's why they were like, do you want a podium? I was like, nah, I'm good.
So, you talked a bit about how you often have, like, you're gonna add the legs for the dragon because you're gonna use it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you feel like often you want to add more mechanics so that they kind of have more tools to work with? Or would it be better to give them a ground base first and see what they do with that before you add anything like additional bones to do, I don't know, some extra sci-fi stuff for Robot Arm, for instance?
Yeah, I would go with the second, just because people actually work really creatively within constraints a lot of times as well. Like, constraints are often really good. It's squeezing creative solutions out of people. It depends on the kind of people you work with as well. Like, some animators I work with love having very minimalist controls and control over everything. Some other animators are more like, I don't like animating X, Y, Z, and if you could help me with that, that would be ideal. So it depends on who's going to be using the rig and what the rig is for, or whatever feature it is. But generally speaking, I try and use like the simplest bare bones iteration of it first. Also, just because if you're talking about making a feature or putting it in game, you want to see it in game in context as quickly as possible, and the fastest way to do that is just have a bare bones example of that, because especially when it comes to rigging, you're going to have to test a lot of things like scale. Is the character the right scale on the screen, right? Like, does the silhouette make sense with the way that the camera is, right? You know, there's a lot of things to, especially if it's a new thing and it's not just like, hey, we have this feature and we're just doing a skin swap, or it's an enemy that we already know and have designs for, like the dragon. It was like we didn't know what scale to put her at, right? So like before we even had a rig, we had the model just in its T-pose or whatever in the arena. And we had to play with the size on that multiple times before, in the size of the arena as well, because we had to figure out what's the moving space, because the attacks were all done by our arms, right? So the size of her body dictates the length of her arms, dictates the size of the stage. So there's a lot of like problems that you have to solve before you get to the complicated stuff, or the stuff that you think people will need. That being said, I usually plan to add them down the line. Like, so the idea is I'd start with this one, and then I do one that's a bit step up and has a bit more features, and then I do like the feature complete one where all the detail work is. But yeah, it's a hard balance because as I said, add the legs. But in this instance, adding the legs wasn't like a huge, massive thing. It was like, hey, character artists, just stub in legs, right? They don't have to look good because most likely, because of the size of the character will not be standing on the arena, right? But they might see the legs. So let's just stub them in, put a really bare bones rig in it, and make sure that that we have something there, when we need it, because we probably will need it. And a lot of that is also dictated by experience. Like, I've done this enough times to know they're going to want that thing, like every time. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You talked about how the first jobs you were at were just blind applications, and applying for work right now is just how. Do you have any tips on trying to stand out in the wall of applications to game companies?
Honestly, it's just be fast. Be fast, and if you know somebody, but the thing is as well, it's the size of the company, right? Like, small companies are getting inundated with so many applications because of the amount of people out of work, being realistic, that they cannot take that many applications, and so they'll close the positions fairly quickly. Like, positions that I would have applied for and would be up for literally months are gone within days at the moment, right? And so at a smaller company, they're unlikely to have a big HR team or software that scans and looks at your resume and whatever like that. And so I think applying there kind of normally, but just being fast on it, and maybe seeing if you know someone who knows someone who can ask about the company or maybe get you in contact. Obviously, you don't want to be that person who reaches out with over familiarity, being like, hey, hire me, right? There's a balance to that. But if it's like a big company, you're just thrown into the void, honestly, at this point. And I've had friends recommend me, explicitly give me recommendation links that only they can give me, referral links, and apply for jobs with that and still be rejected without even in a screening interview. It's a total crapshoot at the moment. I wish I had more advice other than just be fast and use your contacts. I wouldn't spend too much time tailoring each resume and cover letter perfectly. I think just speed is of the essence right now.
Thank you.
Yep.
Very informative talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just wondering, you mentioned Maya in the beginning, that you wrangle Maya so the animators don't have to. And
yeah.
I was just wondering, do you foresee Maya continuing to be this standard for riggers in AA and AAA, or would you say the Blender is?
I have seen a lot more newer indie companies without established pipelines, but like a lot of like senior people that have been in the games industry for a long time, start to use Blender, start to use things like use things like Godot. I think in time, if Maya does not change its ways, there will most likely be a shift, right? Especially as Blender's getting a lot better, and there's a lot more very experienced people using it and making it better, right? But at the biggest companies, because their pipelines are so entrenched, changing a piece of software can be something that takes them years to do. Like, I think Blizzard, they were using Max way beyond anyone else was using Max for World of Warcraft, because that was literally the game was made with Max for the animations. And even then, I think all the animations were literally just, every animation for every single character was just all in one super clip in one file. It wasn't even separated into other files. So it became very unwieldy, and they eventually had to update it. But like, it was only, when you're doing something like that, an update like that, it's one of those things where like, you're not adding a feature to the game, right? You're not going to make the game better. You're going to put the game right back where it was, except people are now going to work hopefully faster and better. But during the time that you're doing the switchover is a time where you're not going to make any kind of progress or money or whatever, right? So you have to eat that cost. And not every company can do that. But I will say, from what I've seen a lot more people start trying to use it. I've also seen people start trying to use it and seen it's not ready yet, and then have just went back to Maya or whatever, because there's a lot of established tools, you know how to use it, it has a lot of integration with other things. But I do think, you know, having used it all my entire career, like the base skills that I learned using Maya haven't really changed in like 15 years. And it's kind of wild. Like, I think about what character artists have changed to, from going to like Photoshop to hand paint textures, to like ZBrush to like Substance Designer. They've had to learn like every different like, you know, surfacing program and, you know, baking program, and I'm still using Maya the same way that I used it 15 years ago. At some point, it's going to change. And the other thing I've noticed as well is there's, you know, with a lot more machine learning stuff happening, there's a lot more solvers. They're trying to put solvers in games to make characters deform better. So like, we only really have a toolkit of 3 things, right? We have joints, classic linear skinning, and blend shapes. And that's literally like it, right? And that's all we've had for a very long time. When I was on Spider-Man, they started working with Ziva, who was actually acquired by Unity. So I you know, worked with the team a little bit and knew the team a little bit. But that's all, they run simulations offline, and then it bakes it all into like a solver that runs real time, that does all the muscle simulation. And I think we're going to see more of that, especially in games that need that level of fidelity. But whatever happens, the change, I don't think it's going to be like overnight. You're going to be like, oh shit, I didn't learn this program. And a lot of the base skills that you learn with a program should transfer over anyways. A lot of it's just, like every company I've worked at has used, almost every company I've worked at has used a different engine. From proprietary to Unity to Unreal, I've had to relearn everything. And after a certain point, there's so many pieces that are just kind of the same that you just learn to like how to transfer them between pieces of software. So I try not to worry too much. Obviously, you know, a lot of my knowledge is very deep in Maya, and so that matters because I solve those problems that other people can't. But at the same time, I have faith in myself that if I need to transfer everything to a new program, I can do that same. I did it once already. I can do it again. Right? I think the important thing is just maybe to keep your eye on it, you know, and be open to learning these new things, and take some time to keep yourself updated on, you know, how people are using it, and you know, maybe do some tutorials, or maybe just play around with it yourself in your spare time or whatever. Yeah, but I've worried the entire time since I started my career, like, am I going to replace myself as I automate myself, and are the tools going to change? And so far, none of that's happened. So it's pretty slow going, despite it being like technology. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
Okay, big round of applause for Sol Brennan. Thank you. That was awesome.
Right, Chris. Thank you. Get up in my water.
Okay, that was a brilliant talk. A lot of great, useful information. But next up, we're going to kind of look into the problem that hopefully a lot of you have some really great ideas that you want to bring to market, but it's a really saturated field. You know, just last year there were over 18,000 new games hitting Steam. So it's a really, competitive marketplace. More than 90% of these new products failed as well. Most through a lack of understanding and of the product, and also how it fits to what the market wants. So for our next session, we're really lucky to have not one, but 2 members of GameFlex consultants who specialize in helping developers align their game products with what the market wants and what the audience needs to hopefully make your games have a better chance of succeeding in Steam or whatever marketplace that you apply that to. So if you give us a please warm round of applause to Maralina Papacosta and Martin Wine.
Yay, marketing. Woohoo.
Hey! Hi, everyone. It's been so lovely to be here. I hope you've also enjoyed the event over the last couple of days. I know we've heard... Are you making a mess already?
Yes, I already make a mess.
We're loads of inspirational talks, and we're here to change the pace for you a little bit and talk about marketing, so marketing strategy and product market fit. It is going to be likely the deck with the least interesting graphics, because we don't have many of those, and it does get quite wordy, but hopefully you'll get a lot of information out of that. Before we dive in, just going to give you a little bit of an introduction of who we are and why you should listen to us. So I'm Marlena. I have been in the wider entertainment industry for over 20 years, and I've worked in the games industry for about 15 years now. It's been a career that's mostly focused on marketing, brand strategy, and communications. And I've worked for large multinational companies, developer publishers like Koei Tecmo, for big independent studios like Frontier. But I've also worked with a really wide array of independent studios and games from AAA to indie.
Yeah, so that leaves me being Martin. I've been in the industry. Next year is like my 25th anniversary in this industry. I've tried to leave a few times. I always came back because it's just like the best industry to work in. Had like stints. So started out on the PR side in Germany, working for Microsoft, and went in-house into Koch Media. Worked on global brands like Dead Island, Saints Row. Then made the move over to the UK, worked at Jagex on RuneScape, and most recently at 2K as leading like the global sports marketing team there, so working on NBA 2K, WWE, PGA Tour, tennis, all those things. Now we have a little boutique consultancy that really focuses on helping developers at the beginning of the journey to really nail like that core game experience. So looking at like the market, looking at the audience, and nailing like what is like the game that we should build.
Yep. So we're here to talk to you about product market fit. We're going to go pretty deep into what it is and why it's helpful for you and how you can achieve it. But to start off, we like to put this statement on the big screen for everybody to read. This was said by Mark Andreessen. He was the co-founder of Netscape. He's also one of the key figures in the investing circles for tech startups in the West Coast. And it's not a new quote. It's a quote from 2007, in fact, right? And what he said is that the #1 company killer is lack of market. So if you have a great team, great product, and you launch it into a lousy market, so in the games industry context, let's say that's an oversaturated niche, then you're not going to find success. Market is going to win. If you have a lousy team or a subpar product, and you launch it into a market where there's a lot of opportunity, again, you're not going to find success. So market is going to win. So to succeed and make something special, you need a great team, and you need that team to launch a product in a great market. So this is the big question, right? How do we make sure that your great team finds a great market opportunity and make something special? To answer that question, we're going to take you guys back to the basics. And we're going to spend a little bit of time on this particular slide because, one, there's a lot of words, and two, it's quite significant for you to get a good understanding of what the marketing planning process looks like. There's very often a misconception that marketing is just something that you do at the end of the development process, where you hand it over to some marketers and they go away and they figure out where and how to sell it. That is not the best way to work. If you look at the simplified diagram that we've got there, there's two things that I want to focus your attention on. One, it's not linear. It doesn't have a beginning point and an ending point. It's a cyclical process, and you should also think of it as a Kaizen circle. So when it reaches the starting point again, you're supposed to take everything that you've learned and go back into validation and see, has it worked? How has it worked? How can you change it? If you're just starting out, the first thing to look at is diagnostics. That's the white section there. In diagnostics, you look at learning and understanding the brand, your product, the players in the market, and the market landscape in general. And that is how you're going to understand how your product fits in the market. That's the product market fit section, where we're going to spend most of the rest of this presentation on, right? But we wanted to show you, one, where it is and how it fits into the rest of the process. So you're going to take everything you learn from understanding that product market fit, and that is going to inform the kind of strategy that you build. So in the strategy section, you pick your audience, you formulate an approach, and then you build the right strategy for you. The tactics, which is what you do when you decide which influencers to go out to, which communities to build, what trailers you want to build, that comes at the end, right? And then you measure that, and you go back into diagnostics. What worked? What didn't work? How can you do better? So we've talked about where product market fit is in the process. Now, I want to tell you a little bit about when that starting point of the marketing strategy should be. There's many different points of like beginning, let's say, for marketing strategy for products across many industries. In our industry, there's usually two. There's the product-oriented approach, and that answers the question, is there an audience for my game? We usually see this with first games from a studio, with the majority of indie studios, because they tend to be very creative, and there's a concept that they have, and they want to develop it. They get to a stage where it's developed enough, and then they ask a marketer that question. Unfortunately, we will explain why I say unfortunately, but in our industry, that is how the majority of companies work. The other option is to be market-oriented. And this is a slightly different angle, because it asks the question, what kind of game does my audience want to play? So it immediately becomes audience-focused. We do see this in our industry a little bit nowadays. We see it with sequels, and we see it with live ops games. And that is because they have already big communities that constantly tell the developers what they want to see, what they like, what they don't like. And that makes those games a little bit more market-oriented than not. So with that foundation, let's get into the really meat of it and talk about product market fit. The best way I can give you a definition of product market fit or an explanation of it is the world's simplest diagram up there, right? So you have product market fit when the Venn diagram between what your product is and what the market wants to play has a pretty big middle section, right? If you manage to make that Venn diagram into a circle, you're in a perfect place. What it does for you is that it will actually help align that creative vision that you have with a commercially viable outcome. Most games these days, they're created because their creators also want a lot of players to play them. They want to make revenue out of them. So you have to have that alignment between creativity and commerciality, let's say. With understanding your product market fit, you also understand how big the size of that market opportunity is going to be. So you can also tell whether you should invest a lot of money in developing a game because there is an opportunity to get a lot of money back. And then thirdly, just going to turn around because there's a little bit of a blocker there. I need to remember my words. It focuses on how to maximize the appeal of the game for the target market that you pick. So remember back to what we talked about with market orientation. What does your audience want to play? How can you make that more appealing? And now, we actually find this a little bit amusing as marketers, but suddenly the games industry is starting to talk a lot about product market fit. We've got Newzoo in the beginning of 2024 hailing it as one of the biggest things you need to make sure you nail before you go to launch, when in fact the product market fit as a concept has been around since the 50s, and industries like fashion and FMCG have been using it constantly since then as a crucial and elemental part of the marketing process. For us, it's been something that's been kind of left a little bit behind, and we're rediscovering it now. The reality is that we're turning back to it because, and Satish before mentioned this number too, we are in an extremely crowded marketplace. Right? We have 19,000 games on Steam in 2024. We're already broke through that number in 2025, and this is one platform. You add the console exclusives on top of that, you add Nintendo on top of that, you add mobile on top of that, and suddenly you have something like 80, 90 new games a day. So discoverability and differentiation, making your game stand out, becomes even more difficult than it ever was before because the competition is so intense. And on top of that, you also have the attention of the audience being on games that have been launched years ago because they're still very actively playing them. So if you do have that product market fit, you are going to succeed in aligning with the creative vision, with the investment opportunities that might be there for you, and the market potential for your game. And I'm going to hand over to Martin, who's going to take us very deep into the belly of the beast now.
Yeah, so I'll start talking about now why we in the industry are actually at the moment pretty shit with product market fit, why we miss it quite a lot. So why do we miss it? So one of the key things, and we start with that, is like we are bad with internal communications. So the bigger the company gets, the more pronounced those problems get. So siloed teams, people are not talking to each other. So the creative team this is the game vision. The technical team is like, well, this is the tech for a game we're building the tech for this game. And then you have marketers who are promising like the world. And then at the end of the day, you have finance and shareholders who have like a completely different thing. So it's like we're not aligned internally on what are we actually building. And we don't have a very good understanding often enough what the market looks like. So we're not looking at like market numbers. We're not looking at like competitors. We're not looking at like what are like our competitors actually. So I'm going into like a market niche. What are like the players in that market niche actually making in terms of like money? So we're looking at like we have an example. So with like a small indie studio that developing a beautiful game and trying to get funding. And we're looking at like their competitors. They do on average like maybe 15,000 euros. They're looking for 50,000 investment. So there's like the understanding of how does that fit. So like the average revenue expectation versus like your ask. And then that's like my biggest pet peeve. Right now, we're building games for shareholders. We're not building games for players. We're building a game. We're starting a development process because it looks good in the books if you're doing like a Fortnite killer or if you're doing like a Souls-like action RPG. So don't build games just because an investor says this looks good in their portfolio, but build something because you have identified an audience and the market opportunity. Talked about already like the Kaizen circle and looking at data and feedback and validating and iterating your approach. So the industry over the last 15 years has gotten to a point of like, well, I have so much experience, I know what I'm doing, I don't need data to tell me what to do. So don't die in analysis paralysis, but also don't ignore data and feedback. And then lastly, and that's more like a AAA problem than an indie problem. The longer your development cycle go, the more you lose actually track of the realities of the market. So if your game gets delayed and delayed and delayed, the market that you started developing like maybe 5 or 8 years ago looks very different than it does today. So with that, we're looking at like some symptoms of like how games fail. So we're looking at like what makes the volcano erupt. So there's like poor player targeting. So it's like we don't know who, again, like leads into like we don't know who the player is. It's market saturation, so leads into like we don't understand our markets well enough. And it's like we don't know who we are as a game. So we don't know what our game is, which is like that we're not aligned internally. So in an ideal world, you wake up any of your team members at 2 in the morning and to have like a 2-sentence answer to like, this is the game that we're doing. Because you don't understand your player, because you don't understand what game we're building, there's like a muddled core game experience. So we're having like a core gameplay loop that doesn't fit into into like what the audience, so into like the player motivation. And that leads then to bad retention metrics, players churn, they don't, and you get like bad community feedback, and the whole funnel is broken. So that lets the volcano explode. On the next slide, I'm gonna just put like a few more famous titles up that in the last couple of years really failed because of lack of product market fit. Remember those points and look at the titles, and you can probably pinpoint yourself why they failed. I'm not gonna dig deep dive and name and shame all of that, but so you've heard of all of them and you've seen all of them, and you know they failed because there was no product market fit. And you could replace each of those with 100 other examples that are less well known because they didn't even get like attention in media. So, but it shows you that even the AAAs and the big brands are not following like the due diligence at the moment. So now let's look at like what is like the 4 key components of product market fit, and what are like the questions in the process that you need to ask. So the first one, and we will start with that, is category, so market insight. Then we go into audience insight, brand vision, and then the validation and iteration. So let's start with category insight. So the first question that we should always ask ourselves: who are our competitors? So if we go into like a market niche and we start building a game, what's out there? What are players playing at the moment? Why are they playing those games? So it's really important to understand what are motivations for players to engage with content, but also understand what are they missing. So where is my opportunity to find like some blue ocean out there in the sea of games? Then it's important to understand how big is that market niche. So is that like a $1 billion opportunity, or is it like a $50,000 opportunity? So what is like the slice of that market that I can actually get? And then what are the trends in there? Is it like a declining market? Is it a market that's growing? Is it a market that's currently going free to play, or is it a market that's going from console to PC or to mobile? So understanding those trends so that you can then react in your game design and in your game development decisions. How do you do that? So there's like a couple of tools that I like when I go into that process. So my two favorite ones are on the top left. So Video Games Insights, Game Discover Co. Are like databases for very good on Steam, but also like some console data, give you like revenue numbers, market shares, market splits, and all those things. So really good. They have like some indie subscriptions that are like maybe $20 a month or something like that. So affordable, because you have like the oil tankers like Newzoo or GFK, NPD, where you pay like an arm and a leg for like some data. So they're good, especially when you go to investors or publishers. When you have like, oh, this data is from Newzoo, then you already you usually get a nod, despite the fact that other sources are at least as valid. Forums, yeah, Steam forums, Steam reviews, Reddit are great, and the good thing is now you have AI to help you look through those threads. So you don't need to. I don't need to spend like hours and hours and hours just looking at like Steam reviews or going through like where is like the Reddit thread that gives me like the right answers. But I can ask Gemini or ChatGPT to give me a summary. Don't use AI as your only source of truth. Yeah? Use it as a foundation for research, and then go deeper from that. And lastly, use your team, because everybody in your team is playing games, is passionate about games, so they have a lot of knowledge about like the games that are out there. So use that also as a resource to get like a holistic view of the market. Now let's go into like, for me as a marketer, the most interesting part, audience insights. So it's
our favorite.
our favorite, yeah. So that is like so. If anyone ever asks you what is like the definition of marketing, I always say like marketing is the voice of the player in your organization. So marketing is not advertising, but it is like making sure that the voice of the player is heard at every stage in your development process. So an audience insight, that is like the meaty bit where we get really excited. So think about like, who are your target audiences? Why are they playing games? So it's like, why are they playing games in general? Why are they playing the genre that you're developing for? What motivates them to come back daily, hourly? So what keeps them engaged for like hours and hours and hours? And what are they currently missing in other games? So how can you build something that adds value to their gameplay experience? And then lastly as well, how big are these segments? So understand is like, so I'm building these player segments, how big are they? What is like the revenue potential? Because at the end of the day, you're building this because you want to make money. If you're well funded and you're just building a game because you want to make a piece of art, ignore everything I'm saying right now. But at the end of the day, if you want to make money, you need to understand what is like, how big is that audience that I'm building that game for? Because at the end of the day, and we're coming to that, category insight and audience insights together will tell you a story of how viable your product is. Again, like audience insights tools, VGI again like is like a good tool here, but also Google Analytics and Google Trends gives you insights. If you have a Facebook business account, the Meta Ads Manager gives you some good insights. If you have like a little bit of money to spend on research, and my recommendation is always take 10% of your allocated marketing budget and put it into research, because the money that you spend up front will make your campaigns later more efficient. So the money is well invested. YouGov gives you like the opportunity to do like audience panels relatively cheap and efficiently. And of course, if you have like more than enough money, spend it on a segmentation study. But that's in a different budget category. So, as I said, if you understand the size of the market and the potential of your market niche, and you understand the size of your audience, it tells you what is like my revenue potential. And you can match that revenue potential with your development cost. Because at the end of the day, if you are invested, if you're saying like my development cost is 250,000 euros, your revenue potential is 500,000 euros, continue. If your revenue potential is 500,000 euros and your development cost is 1 million euros, don't continue because there is no business case, which is like one of the things that which AAA is causing like issues at the moment. A game that cost you like 50 million development 10 years ago made you 200 million revenue. It now costs you $250 million to produce because of like inflation and how everything went up. But it still only makes you 200 million revenue. So there's a big gap. We're not doing the math up front anymore. Cool. So we'll go into brand vision. So brand vision is about like the essence of the game. So like that unified, that unified, aligned understanding for everybody in the company what that game is. So it's like, what are the key elements of the game? How do our creative vision? So because that's still like the element. So your creative idea is still at the essence of it. But then, how does that creative vision, with like the market realities and player motivations, come together? And how do you describe that in like 2-3 sentences? So in a succinct message that then everybody can align on. Again, like some tools, and just putting like a few out there, because there is like perceptual map, brand prisms, brand sliders. There's like all the things that gets us very excited and is like super boring for you. But these things are the one purpose they have. They get teams to talk to each other. So and that is like the most important thing in this bit. Make sure that your creative, tech, all the key stakeholders, and I know it's like in a one-man team, make sure that all your different personalities that you have in your head, that need to talk to each other, you get them all in a room at the same time, and they align on this is the game that we're doing. So, and this is where, as I said, like at the beginning, where it becomes the bigger the company, the harder it is to get like all the key stakeholders aligned behind that. But it is essential. So because at the end of the day, so if you have that unified brand vision, it aligns all your internal teams. But then if you have like external partners like outsourcers or marketing agencies, it aligns all of these around like the core principles of the game, and it makes sure that you're from the start of development through to like the marketing campaign, launch, live services, community engagement. You have like that unified approach. You know this is like the essence of what we stand for. And then lastly, it's really about like validating and iterating. So how are changes in the market affecting our position? How are community and players reacting to like a demo, to like early access? How are they reacting to like gameplay trailers? So look at feedback and see, are we on track? Are we meeting like the things that we want to achieve? So, and that is like a bit more of an elevator. So going back to Marilena's very clean diagnostic strategy and tactics, it's just showing like how product market fit gets us from the diagnostics, so market research, market segmentation, audience targeting, into like strategy. So how product market fit builds like the foundation of your go-to-market strategy. So if you follow that, you're pretty much set for a chance of survival. So now let's spend like a couple of minutes on case studies. Because we did like the naming and shaming before, so now let's also call out those who've done it really well. The first one is one Marilene's actually currently playing it, so
it's taking up all of my time.
Yeah,
and it's great.
So big shout out to Clair Obscure Expedition 33. So how did they do it? So first of all, they identified like the blue ocean in the market. There hasn't been a really good turn-based Japanese-style RPG in the market for a really long while. So there was a clear player need. They also then understood who is like the audience that's playing JRPGs. That is, in general, and I say it with all the love, it's older people, more mature audiences. So it's not Gen Z and Gen Alpha. They don't necessarily engage with those games at this point. So they went all in on that audience with like the game design. So traditional combat system gave it a bit of a modern spin, but it is like very built on like the classic Final Fantasy and co. The characters are mature and have mature problems. It's like the whole storytelling is geared towards like an older audience, and the art style as well feeds into that. So that's game design, very clear understanding of who is like the audience. And that then feeds through marketing. So they started their marketing campaign going into like JRPG forums and building like their the core out first before they then went wider. But because they built like that passionate core that was starved for like good content, they helped them then blow up the campaign. So and then that made then Clair Obscure such a massive success at launch.
It was a masterclass, really, whichever way you look at it, right? Because they also looked a lot at the what that typical audience really likes. There was a very key, strong affinity with JRPG players and the music of the games, right? So, and Expedition 33 put a lot of weight in the type of music that they would pull in the game, and then they really lean into it on marketing as well. So, it's I think. We keep trying to bump into the guys that did the marketing. We know them. We haven't seen them in a while, but we just want to say
they're ignoring us now.
They've been amazing with it, and they worked so nicely and so closely with the developer that you can see it's a very integrated approach.
Yeah. But so just to bring back to like the 3 steps. So clear understanding of the market niche, clear understanding of the audience, clear brand vision, success. Second example is like It Takes Two. Also, like very clear understanding of a market niche. So identified a market gap, so there wasn't like any meaningful non-competitive two-player games. So two-player games were usually you played against each other, or you could also do it yourself. You didn't have to, but it was like there's a need for like a joint experience. So they really doubled down on that in the game design. So you can't play It Takes Two on your own. So you have to play it with a friend. So everything in the game design is circled around that. And then they went into that approach with like their sales / marketing and made that game come with a friend's pass. So you didn't buy just one copy, but you bought 2, and you could hand that over to a friend. Which at first sounds like so you're giving away games for free, but at the end of the day, so I give a friend's pass to a friend. That friend actually also wants to play the game with someone else. So either that person buys the game, or the person who had the friend's pass just simply buys another copy. So there's like a little bit of an avalanche of like sales that came because of that. So again, like something where all the elements of product market fit were really executed to perfection. And they doubled down with split fiction now as well. So it's like a formula that worked on It Takes Two, so they're doing it now with split fiction. But because It Takes Two was like the OG, so we're going with the OG here. And then one last one, I'm tooting my own horn with that a little bit, but it's also like showing that product market fit doesn't always have to completely change the game, but sometimes it also only changes where we engage with the game. And that is RuneScape. So I joined Jagex in 2016, and RuneScape at that point, so there's two games, so RuneScape 3 and old school RuneScape, they were in decline. So like subscriber numbers weren't doing that well, and we did a lot of like player research. And I don't know, probably in here, half of you have played RuneScape at some point. That game is around now for 25 years, so there's always someone who played that game for way too long time. So I played it also like 20 years ago. But it's like, so the game, or players were telling us like clearly, it's a bit of a second screen experience. My PC is away from the TV. I'm not really engaging with RuneScape anymore because it just doesn't fit in like the way I engage with games anymore. So I've left. Others who were still there told us, well, I'm actually emulating the game on my iPad, so I can actually take it along. So which led us to an internal meeting where we said, like, can we get that thing on mobile? And we could. So it really got like a very strategic internal effort to get that game on a mobile client. And so old school RuneScape released on mobile first, and RuneScape 3 then as a beta at the same time. And within a month of that, subscriber numbers had tripled. Because players had left because we weren't just at the place where they wanted to play anymore. But the moment they could take that game on the road, or they could sit on the couch in front of the TV and do like a little bit of skilling, they were all coming back. So product market fit is also like very much looking into how are your players engaging with your game and what is like the platform to be.
I think that's also quite a key point to expand a little bit on with you guys, because a lot of times, there's some really nice idea that a developer has, and the easiest platform for them to develop is nowadays, at least, is Steam, right? If you do the audience search and the audience insights and the category insights and everything that we've talked about is telling you that the optimal platform for your game is perhaps mobile or Switch, then you have to make a very crucial decision there, because you're either going to develop the easiest, let's say, I know it's never easy, but like the easiest way to develop it is on Steam, but your audience is not there. So that's not going to help you very much. Now maybe you need to think about how to bring the game that you envision where your players are as well.
Exactly. So on that note, I think Marilena is going to take us home with the key takeaways, and then we have like nice little time for questions.
Yes. So just to recap what we've learned, the key things for everybody to keep in mind with it, right, is that you need to understand your market. Who are your competitors? Where is their space? Where is the blue ocean? And we talked about Expedition 33 and how they found a gap in the market and served it, really, which genres are underserved, perhaps. And then really also understand the opportunity within the market. So once you discover that, how much is that really worth? What is that commercial potential within that market? The second very important thing, and as we said, our favorite, is understanding your audience. So what is going to motivate people? What do they want to see? What do they want to play? What are they missing? What is going to drag them away from games that they've been playing for 5 years, or from big AAA launches that maybe they're dedicated to? Then make sure, however big your team is, from 1, 2 people to 50 people, 100 people, make sure that they're all aligned behind the same vision, that they all understand it. And try to bring in marketing as early as possible, even if it's in the guises of a mentor and an advisor, just to get that integration early enough so that you could get all of the information and so you could drive towards a successful launch. Then use insights and data to adjust your approach if, as we've talked about, if it's necessary to adjust your approach, don't be afraid to do that. Have that flexibility. And also, and this is kind of a little bit of a personal advice, is don't let the abundance of data that is out there block you from making a decision, right? It is not there to give you, like, feed you the answer. It is there to inform your thinking and to help you make a strategic decision. And strategic decisions are not just about what you decide to go ahead with, they're also about what you decide to not do because it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, and lastly, yeah, so it's is trust the process. Yeah, so I think between the two of us, we've launched about like 150 games.
I've launched 100. I don't know about you.
Yeah, so a lot. Yeah, and I've worked on games where we didn't follow the process because the setup didn't allow it. Yeah? Sometimes it went well. More often, it didn't. Yeah? Sometimes we started a game without the process and had to pivot midway through because we actually did like some of the things in the process and found out like, holy shit, we're on the wrong way. Yeah? So, and it cost us a lot of money and a lot of time. So, and I've worked on games where we did this thing from the get-go. Yeah? So one of the prime examples is like the Dirt series with Codemasters, and when they were like going from Colin McRae into like Dirt, and like all the learnings and that were applied in that, and how it captured like a market niche that looked like not there on paper, but because we followed that process, it really made sense, and it built Dirt as a franchise in like the early 2010s, between 2010 and 2012. So an absolutely amazing piece if everybody comes together, and it's like also if you follow that process, if you're aligned, if you get like that trust between teams, that's where friendships then form. So the people that I'm still like very much attached to in the industry from like 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago are like the people where I could work in a really trustful, close relationship where it wasn't about egos, but it was about like, we want to make a really cool game. We want to make shit happen for players. So trust that process. Don't be, it's like as the rule is as always, don't be a dick. Don't do the thing just for you, but do it for the player and work together in a team.
Can't stop Martin swearing, honestly.
No, sorry, it's my brand. And with that, I think we're at the end, and we have.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is like just to bring it home. Don't try to push like a square peg in a round hole. Yeah. So make a product for the market and not the other way around.
Yeah.
And with that, I think we're done and we're open for questions.
Yes, and we'd love your questions. We're going to leave this up on the screen so you guys can grab our LinkedIns and you can connect and ask us any questions later if we don't have enough time for them today. But yeah, we welcome any questions that you may have on what we've discussed today, or also if you have any wider questions around marketing, we're also happy to answer them.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Martin. And if anyone has any burning questions, feel free to come up to the mic. If you've got a great game idea, you're not really sure how to assess it, yeah?
Okay, so I'm just wondering, we've seen GTA 6 been delayed now, and obviously people are very excited about it. But would you say that that has a great product market fit, or are they just at the top right now, so everyone's hungry for their game,
Yeah.
so they can sort of decide on their own, like whatever they do, people will love it.
Do you
What
know,
do you think?
I love that question, right? Because GTA is, there's no debate around the fact that it's the most valuable IP property in the games industry ever.
In entertainment.
And in entertainment, yes. So even wider. So it shakes the world when it launches, and it will shake the world again. And we'll get to see whether it's as good as the previous one or how long it actually goes on. I mean, GTA 5 has gone on every single platform since PlayStation 3, I think.
Yeah.
So it's been iterated so many times. So yes, I think they've got a good product market fit on paper so far. It depends on what they put in the game. They usually nail it.
Yeah. So I think at the end of so GTA is probably one of the few IPs that get away with not caring about this process. Yeah. Because they're just at a level that transcend marketing and markets.
Yeah, but the other thing is they just think about how much data and insight they have.
Yeah.
Because we're looking at if you like forget about every other GTA that's come out and just look at GTA 5. They've got 12 or 13 years worth of data from their players, both on the telemetry that they're getting from the game, on how they engage with it, how they talk about it, how every time they put a new iteration out on like a new remaster on PlayStation 5 or whatnot, how people flock to it again. So they do have a lot of that information very readily available to them.
Yeah.
On top of the fact that they probably also have a very deep pocket, so they can do some extra research whenever they need to.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hi. I want to ask about confirmation bias, because I think even if you're doing research, it can be very easy to convince yourself that the market for your game might be bigger than it actually is. And how do you avoid doing that?
Yes, fantastic. So, I used to run a pretty big team, right? I had about 30 people in my team in marketing, and we really were dealing with early stage brand and marketing strategy for a variety of different titles. And the first thing that we always did when we started working on a new game was to have a discussion about how we need to park our personal expectations of how it would do and our personal love for that particular genre. So I worked on Jurassic World Evolution 2, for example. Loved Jurassic Park. Everybody in my team loved Jurassic Park. We assumed that everybody else would respond to the same things that we would, to the same dinosaurs, to the same jokes, etc. As a marketer, very much like any type of researcher, right? You need to park your personal beliefs to the side, and you need to look at the data objectively. And you can't just not accept what the data is telling you because you don't like it, right? Because then you start backwards. Then you're starting with an assumption, and you're trying to validate your assumption when that's not the case. You need to go into it. You need to try and see what is out there, and based on that, make decisions.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your enlightening talk up here, guys. I was wondering what you guys think is the importance of marketing in a game development cycle. Like, how important would it be? How much budget should one pour into this?
Important. So again, like if you follow the definition that I mentioned before, so that marketing is the voice of the consumer. Yeah? So it's like the source of consumer insights. Then I say it's like an essential part. Yeah? So you don't necessarily have to always have like a marketing person involved, but you need to have like someone who thinks a little bit in that category. Yeah? So someone needs to wear like a marketing hat and needs to make sure that you don't just build a game based on your personal preference, but you always keep in mind there's like who actually cares about this. So that's where marketing is an essential part of like the life cycle from the initial idea up until like the end. So that's like question one. And do you want to take the second bit?
So I'm just going to add to that a little bit, because when you know, obviously development cycles can last for quite a while, right? So there's not necessarily a need to have somebody that represents marketing, or a big team that represents marketing or integrated all the way through, right? But you need somebody. If you think about the steps that we've talked about, those 3 phases, that diagnostics research phase, that has to come at the very, very beginning. After that, there can be a gap, because you can't start talking about strategy and how to bring that to market without having some more information, without having something completed a little bit more, right? So if you're thinking about where do you start in terms of bringing marketing into your team, you should start with somebody with a strategic mindset in the beginning, and then you build on from there. Possibly if you're a small studio, the second person you bring in is likely a community person, because that is very, very crucial. That is how you get direct feedback from people who play your game. And then the other section of your question was around budgets, right? How much, I'm guessing how much you should put on marketing and spend. And so there's no fixed number or fixed percentage. I will say that most companies work between 5 and 10% of your expected revenue goes towards marketing, because the key thing, and I'm gonna, this is like my my manifesto, right? Marketing budgets and marketing is an investment, right? It's not spending. A lot of people see it as, oh, we need to spend a lot on marketing. You need to invest in marketing, because that's how you're gonna get a return on it. And you can, the more understanding you have of your audience, who they are, where they get their news, how they get influenced, how they make buying decisions, helps you create a map from them not knowing your name to them being advocates for your game. And if you have that map, then you can see where you can spend that marketing budget so that it's as efficient as possible for you. And when you don't have a lot of money to spend, right, you need to be as efficient as possible with it. And if you have a little bit more, then you can open that up a little bit more, you can experiment a little bit more, and you can kind of work along as you go with iterations. Does that answer your question?
Yeah,
Sorry.
it does.
Yeah?
Thank you.
Great, cool.
Okay, well, I want to say a big thank you to Marilena and Martin for a great talk today.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. And now we've got half an hour break. So if you want to grab a drink, get a refreshment, join us back here for 3:30 for our final talk of today. All right? Okay, hello and welcome back to our final speaker for today. Really excited to welcome this gentleman here. He is a concept artist and illustrator with over 25 years of experience in the games industry, so a real veteran. If you've ever played the Fable series, his art style will be instantly recognizable. He recently worked on Hogwarts Legacy for Studio Gobo, is currently principal concept artist at Act 3 in Brighton, and he's really passionate about sharing how simple and quick, rough sketches can evolve into inspired design choices. So in this session, we celebrate the traditional art of sketching as an essential thinking, cognitive, creative tool. Please welcome Mike McCarthy.
Ooh, big screen. Hello, I'm Mike McCarthy. I'm a concept artist. Actually, no, the first thing I want to do is I want to send a deep thank you to the person who handed in my missing reading glasses, without whom this really wouldn't be happening. Okay, so thank you. I lost them earlier. They were down at reception. Thank you very much. Right, so good afternoon. I've really enjoyed the last couple of days. I hope you have. I hope you find this interesting. Actually, I haven't got my thing to move on the slides. Hold on, sorry. Slight glitch. There we go. Thank you. That was my fault. Right. I've been a concept artist for just over 25 years. I got a break into doing it. I studied art school for a short time. Really didn't know what I wanted to do when I came out, and I was doing some freelance work, and I started to do concepts for a company called TDV, which was run by Douglas Adams, the Hitchhiker's Guide author, and they were trying to get a game off the ground for that. So that was my big break in the industry, really. It's, a fantastic break for me. It was hugely thrilling to work with somebody like that. And I've been very lucky. I've been lucky enough in my career to work on some great titles with some fantastic people. I went from TDV to Lost Toys in Guildford, which was there was a small kind of group of companies that broke off from a company called Bullfrog. And we worked on a great game called Battle Engine Aquila, and then a game called Feral, which was a werewolf game where you played the werewolf. It was quite fun. It never saw the light of day, and then from there I went on to Lionhead and worked on Black and White 2 and the movies, Stunts and Effects, and then from there I started my work on the Fable series, starting with Fable 2, and then Fable 3, and through to Fable the Journey, and Fable Legends, which was, that was kind of 10 years of my career there. And it was really good fun. It was really, a thrilling, immersive world where you could go a little bit bonkers, do some nice kind of characterful stuff. So, I've been very, very lucky. And most recently, I worked at Studio Gobo in Brighton, working on the Hogwarts Legacy game. We were co-dev with Avalanche in the States, lots of other little studios. And again, a huge universe, right, that's already out there. The films, the books, fantastic. So it was really good fun working on that. I did a little bit of work on the Lego Horizon Adventures just afterwards. And now, presently, I am at a new company called Act 3 in Hove, and we're working on an exciting project which hasn't been announced yet, but should be really good fun. Some of the stuff I got to do with some of these projects, kind of whimsical and crazy and colourful, and it's everything that a concept artist would really want. Incredible variety of stuff that we could do. Most of it kind of quite mad and quite funny. Some of it a little bit darker. But you see, these are nicely finished images, which kind of brings me to the theme of the talk today. I think when young concept artists are setting out and they go on ArtStation and they look at the work out there, this is what they see. They see lovely finished images and much better one, huge landscapes with heroes on the back of a dragon and explosions going off, beautifully rendered. Very intimidating, actually, for a young artist to see that and think, oh, God, this is what I've got to do. This is what I've got to do to make my career. And, that's not really what we do, not on a day-to-day basis. Now, really, concept art is much more of an iterative, creative, problem-solving, kind of day-to-day work in progress. That's what we really do. That's what we do in day-to-day. In game development, we are all storytellers, yeah? Artists, concept artists, 3D guys, coders, animators. We're all storytellers. We're inventing worlds. We're inviting the player to come into those worlds, making them believable, making them immersive, And it takes a team to do that. It's all very well for me to sit and doodle, but it takes a huge team to do that on a successful game. And one of the real pleasures of certainly of my career, certainly my day-to-day job, is that I am surrounded day to day by these talented, creative people. And they're all chipping in their part of that story that we're trying to tell together, and that's what's thrilling, that backwards and forwards of ideas, that's great. I get to react and to interpret and to add to the story of that world. That I get, designers will come with ideas and animators will come with ideas, and, we get together to sort of reinterpret that and reinterpret it and reinterpret it. It's a collaborative, interactive process. But as I was saying, the best part of it is it takes all sorts of weird turns as you're going down that journey. You set out with a thing in mind and you think, right, I'm going to create this, but man, that's just the start. And that is the great thing about being a concept artist, is that you get to go on that journey with the rest of the team. And the most thrilling part of that is when you're doing some fast iterative kind of character development, or a creature or a landscape or whatever. Just sometimes, if you're lucky, the stuff you do on the page kind of takes its own, kind of goes its own way. You hear authors talk about how their characters in their books insist on doing their own thing. They don't plan for them to go off and sometimes go off and murder someone, but it just kind of happens as they're writing, And the same thing happens to your marks on the page when you're drawing. You're doing these iterative sketches. Just sometimes something comes and it seems to take over. A movement takes over in what you're doing, and it's thrilling. It's really thrilling because all of a sudden you're like, oh, now that's cool. That's something I wouldn't have thought of. But it's kind of happening on the page. And I think that the art, the traditional art of sketching, of this fast iterative kind of process, is what enables that. If you set out with a very fixed vision of what you're going to do and you maybe insist on doing that, then you're missing out on all these wild turns that it could take, Now, I think, that is really at the centre of what I want to say today. I think, sorry, we'll go to the next slide. These are my heroes, yeah? These are the people, these are the monsters of my profession, right? Okay, you've got Ian McCaig, guy's a legend. If you look at his sketchwork, look how playful it is. Look how, he just seems to let the pencil flow over the page. It's so beautiful. You're getting many, many images on one page there, and he's discovering. It's like he's discovering stuff. He's uncovering stuff as he's doing this. Claire Wendling, illustration, games. Again, look at the forms. Look at the flow of those lines. Absolutely fabulous. And again, it's like she's kind of finding the form just by drawing, just by putting her pencil to paper. Guy called Charles Dana Gibson, who's a big hero of mine from the very start of the 20th century. A little bit more developed because it's pen and ink, but look at the expressive lines. You can see how much he's enjoying drawing that. I bet he was sitting there laughing to himself almost as those images came out, because he knows kind of where it's going, but again, it's taking turns. It's taking kind of turns. I will actually, here's a weakness of mine, I will just show this slide. It's not really what I'm talking about, but Bernie Wrightson, right? Okay, I don't know if any of you have seen the new Frankenstein film, Guillermo del Toro. It's very much inspired by Bernie Wrightson's inspirational version of retelling of Frankenstein from a few years ago. Look at this. Look, isn't this beautiful? Just a negative space and that sunshine, It's so thrilling, so playful, so, kind of inspirational. Anyway. It's kind of, I think the one thing that all of these artists have got in common is their ability to create those immersive scenes and intriguing characters with, apart from Wrightson obviously, but with very few lines, just gestures, just kind of, just a kind of wave of the hand almost, and just playing with the form of the feel of the pencil. You can feel the pencil going down on the paper there. Now, when I was thinking about what part of the projects that I worked on that I could talk about, which kind of relate most to this, seems a little bit anti-intuitive, but Fable Legends. Now, Fable Legends came at a time after Fable 3, as Fable the Journey was being made. And really, we didn't, at Lionhead, we were kind of unsure where it was going. There was a lot of uncertainty about what players really wanted. There were phrases in the air, free-to-play games as a service. It was all first coming to the fore. And we didn't know whether, another boxed product was really what we wanted to do. Certainly for the creative team on Fable, we always felt that Fable 3 it was successful and it looked beautiful. It was a lovely, I'm very proud to have worked on it. But somehow it had lost a little bit of the charm of the earlier games. Somehow it lost a little bit of the stylization. Wasn't quite what we felt the world of Fable would look like. And so we kind of went back to basics. We were like, okay, well, what do we want this to look like? What are we making here? Should we make a very simple, cartoony game? Should we make just a stylized game? So we kind of started to literally just cast our nets wide as to shape and form. These are some of the early character concepts that we were doing. And you notice they're very, very exaggerated because we wanted to find those forms. And it's really, you can imagine how much fun we had doing this as concept artists because we were literally just, inventing stuff. We were kind of, there's a phrase we use in Act 3, about creating forms. And if you want to, your first draft of something, if you want to get a first impression of something, is that you simplify and you amplify. You simplify the form, the parts of the form, whatever you're drawing, like a landscape or a creature or a character, but then you amplify parts of it as well to kind of give it an exaggerated physicality, And even if that ends up as a very, very realistically kind of rendered scene, there's that personality somewhere in there. You've infused it with a little bit of life, rather than being a slave to reality. Because this is our world, right? We can do what we want. I sound like Bob Ross now, don't I? But it's true. It's true. It was really, really, really good fun to do. As we went along, obviously you have to start to make things come together in a more cohesive way. So gradually things started to take shape. They got a little bit more staid, a little bit more kind of organised. But again, you can see how much fun we're having here. I had the great good fortune of working with a fantastic concept team, and it was so surprising. People like Damien Bazugby, Kareem Attorney, who went off and did Little Big Planet, Emma Al-Masli, Matt Alsop, Ross Dearsley, Elliot Upton, Billy Wimblett, Sarah Morris, Claire Hummel, just to name a few. They're all outrageously talented concept artists. And it was a real thrill to sit in a room with these people and just bat pictures backwards and forwards. What do you think? What if it's a little bit like this? What if it's like that? What if it's like this? And it's the most thrilling thing to do. But they were all very fast, very iterative versions. We didn't need finished stuff. What you want to do is you want to lay down your markers first, right? You want to enjoy it all. And start to tell the story. Start to tell the story of your world, of how it will look, what it will be about. Actually, there's a very cool story about this. See this structure here. There was a main part of the town in Fable, and it was a place called Bright Lodge, and we didn't know what to do with it. We'd obviously from the other Fable games you had Bowerstone, and everybody knew. All the Fable fans knew what that looked like. But this was set 500 years before. So what are we going to do? We're going to do. What's Bright Lodge going to be? Is it a little village, or is it a one house on a hill, or something in a forest clearing? And we batted these ideas, just verbally about for ages. And then one day I was sitting with a couple of the other concept artists and our lead artist, our art director, in fact, and we were talking about this. And there was a pile of post-it notes on the table, and we all started, as concept artists do. If you work in a game studio, you know that really concept artists are just kids who doodle, right? When they're supposed to be listening in meetings, you'll always get us kind of sitting there drawing. Yeah. But this is how this can be useful. I recall that it was me that did the drawing. I might be claiming it for my own, it might be somebody else. But there was a drawing that emerged, and it was just the rough shape of a kind of rocky outcrop. And in front of it was a bridge with archways. And that's all it was. It's the simplest thing. I'm kicking myself because while I was preparing for this speech, I found this post-it note in a pile of old drawings, and it was still stuck to the corner of another drawing. And I should have brought it with me. I forgot to bring it with me. But it was immediately, our art director was like, oh, what's that? And we're like, oh, okay, so there's a bridge. Why is there a bridge? It's an island. Of course it is. It's an island off the main coast. And then very quickly we were kind of like, it could have a huge leany tower that looks like it's just about to fall over. And wow, it's on the edge of a waterfall, right? Of course it is, because that's epic. That's lovely, you know. And there's all these little houses up it. And there's, you know, you'll be able to run around it and run onto the roofs and, you know, and very, very quickly it became this. Billy Wimbledon, a wee genius of a man, went away and sketched this straight away, you know. And isn't that beautiful? What a beautiful kind of thing that is, you know. And then immediately from that, we started to say, okay, you know, let's build up a kind of culture around this, you know. Maybe the whole town is divided into two tribes of people, you know, two families maybe, almost. And every year they vie for control over this town, politically and kind of, you know, financially. And maybe they make stone golems, right? Maybe they each raise a stone golem, and once a year the stone golems fight on the bridge. And that's how they decide who's in charge for the next. This is all kind of airy-fairy nonsense, right? This is all just us making up stuff. But immediately the place started to live. You know, it started to have its kind of charm and its madness about it. And it's like, okay, now we've got something. Now we can go with this. Actually, it was based on, I'll tell you, interesting little story. It's kind of based on, there's a legend in London called of Gog Magog in London. London is built on the Romans built London on two hills, Cornhill and Ludgate Hill. And the Walbrook River ran down the middle of it. And there was a legend that grew up. I think Gog Magog is actually a biblical reference originally. But Gog Magog were the two giants that lived on the hills. There's a hero that comes, Coronaeus, that comes to fight them and slays them. And now still to this day, in the Guildhall in London, there are giant statues of Gog and Magog standing above the door. You know, so this is what that was based on. So that's kind of, you know, base your legends on real legends. Is, you know, real legends? Is that a, you know, that's not really a word, is it? But you know, straight away from these silly little ideas that we're getting, you're starting to get a kind of world that lives. Now, obviously, from here, we kind of started to take, you know, we started to invent heroes and villains, and eventually you start to get some more detailed stuff done. You get some nice colour versions, you know, you get Billy's Balverines and Elliot's Pucks, you know, and Sarah's. The story of Sarah's ogre is quite, I'll tell you this because it's quite a funny story. The story of Sarah's ogre, she did a sketch of this ogre and it had a club over its shoulder. And somebody said, the end of that club looks like a face. And she immediately, I don't know where she got it from, but she immediately went away and came back kind of with all these little sketches and said, you know why, don't you? Ogres are born as twins. And when they get to a certain age, they have to fight. And one of them tears the other one's head off and sticks it on the end of a club. But because ogres don't die like that, they've got this talking club. They're basically using their brother as a club. You know, that's dark, isn't it? That's horrible. You know, and she was such a sweet, polite girl, Sarah. She was so nice. You know. But yeah, but stuff, you know, stuff like that. The story of Daisy, the troll, at the end was quite cool because we were doing trolls. We were like, right, a troll is a big, fearsome kind of monster that lives under bridges and kind of, you know, threatens Billy Goat Gruffs and kind of kills heroes and stuff. We thought, yeah, but what if it's not? What if actually Daisy the troll is just this kind of magical being that the local blacksmith has married? Right? Okay? And he keeps her in, he's known as this, he's renowned as this kind of magical blacksmith who makes such powerful swords and weapons, and you go to him to get your kind of upgrade for your weapon. But actually, in the back, it's actually Daisy who is making the swords because she's a magical beast, right? And the way to get the best swords is to bring her the rare foods that she likes. Mushrooms from the forest. Not money, mushrooms from the forest and, moss and things that she likes to use. And that's the way you would get the most powerful weapon in the game, is that you would do a deal with Daisy the blacksmith. Anyway, so we're starting to get a good spread of really, really nice characters. Okay? The real, I think, the real joy of all this was that it wasn't just the concept artist doing this. It wasn't just the art team, or even just the art team and the designers doing this. We developed, at that point, a habit of, we would take on a task for concept, design would come to us, do this stuff. And we would draw all these, 3-4 of us would draw lots and lots of very rough pictures. Now, this is my other point. Some of it would be done digitally on your Wacom tablet or on your Cintiq. I would occasionally just draw on paper because, I like the freedom that gives me. But when we had the meeting to discuss this stuff, we would print it all out. We wouldn't gather around a small monitor somewhere and all try and get our say in. We would print them all out on either A4 or preferably A3 paper. And because they were just, it didn't cost a lot because they were just black and white sketches. But then we could gather everybody who was into the animators, the designers, sometimes even the coders. And if they had an idea, they were welcome. And we would stand in a big circle and we would put these all down on the floor, and everybody would just go, yeah, I like that one. I like that guy's legs, great legs. That head is good. And then we would literally sometimes just tear them up, tear the head off that one, see what it looks like on that, play about with it, deface them, give everybody marker pens and say, okay, what would you do with this? And sometimes the joy of it was that you would get people there who don't draw on a daily basis. They would say, if you say to them, draw a picture, no, I can't draw. But some of the marks that were made on those pictures, some of the marks that were made on those designs, which really guided the design, were the people that couldn't draw. They just put down this mark. And although it wasn't what they meant to do, maybe, it suggested another thing. Somebody else would jump in and go, oh, okay, look at that, sometimes even turning the page upside down. Look at that. Look at that shape. That suggests this, and we would do more drawings and stuff. And so it became not only was it was good from a creative point of view, but I think it was really good for the team because everybody was involved. Nobody was out of bounds. Nobody, it wasn't the art team going off and coming back and then somebody else does something. It was it fostered a very open kind of development cycle for this stuff, which I thought was a joy. It was really lovely. It was really nice to feel that enthusiasm in the room, right? Because again, that's what we do. We're having fun. We're building worlds. We want everybody to be included. We want everybody to have a stake in this, So, we really enjoyed that part of it was something that we developed during that, and we really enjoyed that part of it. That's the same. Is that the same one we had earlier? It is, isn't it? Yeah, sorry. Okay, and so what we can talk about as well is in this process of creating stuff, is there a difference between actually doing this on paper or digitally? And that's your answer. No, it's not really. You can do it on either. You can be this iterative, you can be this loose, you can be this sketchy. On either, you could, it's just a way of adapting your way of working. I always find that if we're all, the concept artists amongst us, the 3D artists as well amongst us, are a slave to that, right? Well, Control Z. Control Z. When you're drawing, you can kind of let that take over a little bit. You can kind of start to draw something. You got it in your head and you do one line. Not right, Control Z. Another line, not right, Control Z. And I think it can start to inhibit you. You know, I've got into such a, you know, I like to switch between the two things because it gives you a fresh kind of palette, a different kind of feeling. But I've got so immersed in that, I don't know if anyone else does this, but I'll be drawing on paper and I'll make a mistake and my left hand will do that. Dung, 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 dung. And oh, God, no, I'm not, you know, that's not going to do anything. Where's my rubber? But the best thing you can do is kind of go with your mistakes. You know, if you make a mistake, just pursue it a little bit. You know, when you're working digitally, instead of kind of piling version on version of layers of stuff, try dividing your page up into 8 or, you know, 4 or whatever, and do 4 versions of something, 4 completely different versions of something, you know, because then you've got a journey there, you know, you've not got a covered iterative process, you've got a flow. You know, you can see where this is going. You can see where, okay, it's going from here to here, and then I thought of that, and then I thought of that. And it's a really joyous thing to do. And obviously, if you do it on paper, even more so. If you do it on paper, especially if you do it on paper with maybe pen or with charcoal or, you know, you kind of go with your mistakes. You kind of let it develop. And some of those mistakes are an absolute goldmine. I've literally, when I do this I try to obey this law when I do it in digitally, and I literally do sometimes have to sit on my left hand while I'm drawing, because it's just natural, right? You do that, but try it. As I say, switching between the two options of paper and digital can be really refreshing. It can unlock your thoughts. If you're sitting in front of a blank canvas on your machine, you kind of make a few marks and you make it, you know. There's 2 things you can do. You can try and use a bigger brush if you want to do this purely digitally. Zoom out and use a big old fat paintbrush and make shapes. Because it can sometimes, although you're not quite doing what you want to do, I find it really, really refreshing to the palette. Because you're making different shapes. It's forcing you to make different shapes. It's forcing you to make different decisions about how your hand's going across the screen. And obviously, again, with paper, you can actually you can vary the size of the paper you're using as well. You can use, I was very fond of using newsprint, which is fantastic to draw on if you've got a pastel, if you've got Conti pastel on newsprint. It's got a real nap to it. It's got a real flow to it. It's beautiful. The sort of thing that you would use if you were doing life drawing. Try that. Try that on an A3 piece of paper. But I'll tell you one thing. If you're going to do this, don't go out and buy yourself a really nice, expensive cartridge paper pad. Okay? Keep this disposable. Because again, you're going to get the fear. You think, okay, I've only got 20 sheets of this paper and it was like 20 quid. You know, I don't really want to muck this up. You know, buy a load of newsprint, buy a couple of packets of printer paper, and draw on that because it's disposable. Because let's face it, as concept artists as well, that's the other point. 99% of what we do is disposable. You know, most of it will end up in the bin, or you know, in a pile somewhere. You know, because we're on a journey. We're trying to find the forms we need. You know, and a tiny part of the output that we have will be the answer. But the rest of it is kind of, you know, the stuff you're just doing. So make it, you know, be easy on yourself. Yeah, so a scanner and a printer are really good tools for doing this kind of thing. Because again, you can pull this strange trick where I've a good friend called Ross Dearsley, who is an amazing concept artist. And his way of doing this would be he would draw tiny little drawings in pen on Post-it notes, like just in a fine line of pen. if he was doing characters, he would have like 24 of these things, just almost stick men, almost, you know, just shapes with like little legs and stuff sticking out. But then what he'd do is he would scan those in and blow them right up. So then what you end up with is a really quite a rough, expressive line that you haven't really been able to see for yourself because you've drawn it so tinily. But it's really lovely. It's a really lovely thing to then, because then what you do is you scan it in and you can fade it down digitally, you know, like put it on a layer, fade it right down to sort of 10% and draw over it. Or you can do that again on paper, print it out, fade it down, print it out, draw over it, you know. So you're kind of gradually building these layers of shape onto these things. So it's a really kind of freeing thing, and obviously it happens. It kind of works the other way around as well. You can do, you know, really big pictures and kind of shrink them right down, and again it gives them a weird kind of gives you another weird kind of look on it, you know. So play with the forms of how you're working. At Act 3 at the moment, actually, we're very lucky at Act 3 because we're just starting out. So we're kind of forming our process of how we do this. What we're really trying to do is bring art into the centre of the culture of the studio. So, you know, for instance, we're trying to, you know, displaying work. Now, this is a slightly complicated matter because sometimes in studios or whatever, you can't really display that much work of the project you're working on because obviously there are NDA issues. If you've got people coming into the studio, you can't really risk people seeing this stuff. So, but if you can display the work, you know, the one sort of slightly frustrating thing these days for me, I think, is that we're all working in Slack channels and, you know, everything gets put in different folders and stuff, and that's fine all the while it's today's news. That's great. The concepts are there, but once it's tomorrow and the day after and the day after, people have to go looking for that image. You know, so keep it available, either in a central drive or, if you're really lucky, you print it out and put it on a wall. I think that people, I really believe in, that's why I love being in a studio, I really believe in the incidental relationships of when you get your inspiration. You can be, you know, you can be walking past somebody's monitor and you sort of almost see something. And then you think, oh, what was that? What was that? You know, and it's a thrilling thing. You kind of, for a moment, you get a vision. For a moment, you get a thing that's happening. You're like, what's this thing? You know, and sometimes you're wrong, sometimes you've seen it right. But seeing work, seeing other people's work is a really, really powerful tool in the development of concept. So if you know, maybe in a studio you could have one screen that rotates all your images from that week's work. Maybe you could set that up. Maybe we could, you know, maybe we could have a screen in a place where people go and get coffee in the studio. Not necessarily in the, you know, so that it's all over them while they're working at a desk, but somewhere when they take their break, they can kind of be subtly sort of fed with these images. And 2-3 days later, they'll be doing something and they'll think, hang on, there was that drawing of that guy with the head on his club. You know, I've seen it somewhere. And it kind of feeds into their imagination. So again, you know, I love the idea of that, and I think it's something that we're trying to foster at Act 3. Actually, recently, this is an interesting story. Recently, we've been lucky enough to be doing a course with an immensely talented guy called Jeremy Vickery, who is a lighting key artist for people like Pixar and Disney, etc. Just such a talented guy. And he's just been, you know, showing us techniques of lighting and kind of rendering and etc. And he got us to do, he did get us to do the whole exercise where we weren't allowed to undo anything on each image we did. And again, it was very, very liberating. And you know the interesting thing about this, the course was open to everybody. And again, it was the non-artists that seemed to flourish because they just kind of dived in. And it was a beautiful thing to see for the whole of the studio, to see all these people just creating. And it's kind of brought us a little bit closer together. Now we've got people who are not on the art team suggesting stuff, drawing little things and stuff because they've got used to the language. You know, it's been kind of really surprising and really a really sort of happy accident. I also believe in the power of the doodle. You know, if you're working, again, it's something you have to kind of be careful of. But if you're working on a project, you're working at your desk and stuff, and things will happen on the side of your Cintiq image, on your pad beside you. You know, little doodles that you do, little marks. Even if it's the most inconsequential mark or pattern or whatever, it's really quite a cool thing to keep those things. You know, I have above my desk in work, I have a little pinboard. And every time one of these things happens, I kind of tear it off and I pin it up. Because you think, that might come in handy. I like that line. I like that little face I've drawn. I like that, you know, little creature. Now, there is you clearly have to draw the line between what is your work and what is work. You know, if you're going to use these anywhere else, you have to be quite careful of that. You can't, you know, just go off and use the creatures from your project that you're working on somewhere else. But I think it's a very powerful, the doodle is a very powerful creative tool. And you can very quickly build up a nice little collection of images. This was my board before I took it down. And it's just mad stuff, right? It's just you know, forms, ideas, line work, you know. And any that I do digitally, I print out as a little print and pin up. And it's just, I think it's just a nice kind of journey that you're giving through your thought process. And again, it can be it can be a really powerful thing for you to refer back to. It will give you something. It will get, instead of this stuff just going in the bin, it kind of gives you something. It's just, you know, I think it's a really lovely thing. It's a good exercise for your visual language. You may find yourself sketching a face or drawing geometric pattern. You know, just pin it up. Again, have it somewhere where you can see it. And it's and when you're finished with it, sometimes, you know, you'll get a full board or you move desks or whatever. Stick it in a book. Stick it in a book. We were talking the other day about sketchbooks for artists, right? If you go out and buy a nice sketchbook, again, you kind of, I've done it myself so many times, you get the fear over what you're going to put in a sketchbook, right? You start to draw in it and you think, oh man, you know, somebody else is going to look in this, so that's rubbish, you know? So maybe with your sketchbook, make a journal instead. Make a little kind of, you know, stick stuff in it instead. Make it more of a kind of almost a visual diary. So keep a bunch of loose leaf stuff in the front of it and just draw on that. And if you like it, stick it in. When you go somewhere nice, stick the ticket in. You know, if you see a postcard that's a cool picture, stick that in. And it very rapidly becomes a nice little visual documentary of your time, how you're spending your time. And that will feed back into your work. If not directly, then indirectly, certainly. Sorry, I'm losing my place there. You know, it's to sort of... actually, that's exactly what that is, by the way. I brought it in today to kind of, you know, inspire me a little bit. I mean, I think to sum up, I think, you know, traditional drawing techniques and sketches are a valuable thing in game development. I know a lot of people, you know, especially concept artists these days, are worried about the infringement of the AI on their work, and you know it's something we've got to think about. But I think the you know, the power of the drawn image, the you know, the kind of sketchy thing, the instant thought, the iterative thought, is huge, you know, and it will spark the imagination of your team, you know. I also strongly believe that for concept art, it's breaking the process of drawing and painting straight onto a tablet or screen is a powerful thing. It can change the way you draw. It can unlock your thoughts. It can, you know, make you a more versatile artist. And we kind of, you know, the main point of doing all this is that we're making enjoyable worlds. We're enjoying our work. We're kind of, you know, making games for people that are really, really fun. And I think drawing and sketching and kind of being this creative force within your studio is a powerful thing, right? We're kind of you know, we're happy doing it, and it's a really lovely thing. Now I've probably bored you long enough with my theories on life. If you've any more questions at a later date, if you go away and think about this and kind of want to continue the conversation, that's my email address there. You can contact me directly. I'll be pleased to hear from you. I'll answer your questions if I can. But I hope this is, you know, sorry, it's been a bit shambolic really, isn't it? But I hope it's been of interest to you. I hope you've enjoyed some of the thoughts that we've shared today. So, yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Mike was worried he wouldn't have enough stuff to talk about, that, but that was more than amazing artwork to share. So if anyone's got any questions, feel free to come up to the mic. But yes, you've stunned everyone into silence.
No,
Mike,
exactly.
well
Yeah, I think they've heard enough from me, haven't they? Yeah, yeah.
So I just wanted to say that everything you do is so inspiring. I found it really, really cool. I started my junior year of high school working an entire year to create a portfolio for an art class, and I chose to do like concept art as my like thing that I wanted to do. And I started the year just like physically sketching.
Yeah.
And I haven't really gotten to go back to doing that in a really long time.
Yeah.
And so this was really, really inspiring, and I just wanted to say that.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. And I think, see, the thing is, I think I've always said this actually. I took a break from art when I was about, when I came out of college. I didn't really draw or anything for about 3 years. And I think when you go back, if you do take a break, you go back to drawing, go back to sketching, you'll find that you're better. You'll find because you've seen more, you've taken in more sights, you've taken in more life into yourself. And I think, it's fantastic that you've done that. That's fabulous. Thank you very much.
Hi, I just want to say that the Fable games were my childhood. And
You've no idea how old that makes me feel.
I was really jazzed about this. I really loved this. But I also would love to be a concept artist one day, actually. And I was wondering, how do you manage when you feel stagnant, like when your ideas just aren't coming to develop the story and the world? How do you manage with that?
It's everybody gets it, right? Everybody gets off days. Everybody gets days when you think, well, I haven't got a thought in my head. What's wrong with me? You know. But as I say, sometimes you can trick your brain by, you know, change the format you're drawing in. Change it if you're drawing on an iPad, you know, draw on a piece of paper. If you're drawing on a piece of paper and it's not coming, draw on a bigger piece of paper with a paintbrush. It's kind of. I think I think it's a valuable thing to do because it kind of. I find that it tricks the brain into doing something else, or draw something. If if you are at liberty to do it, draw something completely different. You know, and sometimes just go away and do something else for an hour. You know, because you know what it's like. You know when sometimes you can't remember someone's name. Go, who's that? Who's that actor? Who's that guy? I know him. You know, and immediately you stop thinking about that. It comes to you. You're like, oh, yeah, it's that guy. You know, and the same with art. The same with sometimes the problem. You have to let your brain kind of let it go, and then bring it back. You know, I think that's how I tackle it. You sort of take your mind off it a little bit, and then come back to it, and just be quick and loose with your ideas. Don't punish yourself too much for. I think that's the danger with kind of working digitally on an image and trying to get those first couple of strikes in. You know, because I think once you do manage that, it's easy, right? You're kind of off on a flow and stuff. But if you can kind of just let it go a little bit, let it flow, then God, I sound like a dreadful old hippie, don't I? But yeah, I think it will help you. It will help you to just kind of switch sizes, switch brushes, switch formats, go and read a book for an hour. You know, I think you'll do great.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
Great talk. I'm just curious if you have any tips on dealing with like the artist curse, where we're all our own worst critic, and sometimes you draw a drawing and you feel like it's shit, and then you look at it the day after and you think it's amazing, or the other way around.
Yeah.
Or like the first drawing you draw in a day. Sometimes it just like sucks the energy out of you to, keep on.
No,
and like that. Do you have any tips on dealing with that?
The only thing I can say to you is, one, don't be so hard on yourself. But we all are, right? As you say, we all hate our own work from time to time. You go from being, I'm a high and low guy. Sometimes I'm like flowing along and going, wow, this is great, isn't it? Look at me drawing these images. Aren't I lovely? And then I'm like, I'm going to cut my own hands off when I get home because it's rubbish. What am I doing? I'll go and be a bin man or something. But just keep going. Just keep going. Sometimes you can kind of distract your brain, but sometimes just do another picture, and another picture, and another picture. It's like, I think that concepting is like, and drawing really, is sometimes like panning for gold. You've got to go through all the rubbish to get that little nugget, And sometimes when you're just on the verge of giving up, you'll get that little glimmer, and you're like, oh, okay, that's nice, that's exciting. And that feeling, your heart starts going a little bit, and you're like, oh, I've got a little something there. But honestly, just keep going. Keep going. Or, there is the other thing of like, do something else for an hour. Give yourself a break. Be easy on yourself. You're a creative, and nobody can be creative all of the time. You've got to allow, I always think you've got to allow ideas to drip feed as well. Sometimes, I've got ideas that have been kind of going on in my head for years, and are not quite there yet. So allow you, be easy on yourself. You're doing a wonderful thing just by creating. Whether you judge the picture to be good or bad, it exists, right? That's the other thing. Let's make it exist, and then we can make it good. That's an important thing. By the act of doing, you're increasing the art in the world, and that's a fabulous thing. So
awesome.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello.
I just want to thank you for a wonderful talk.
Oh, thank you.
It's very personal to me, which is strange because I'm a musician. I'm not an graphical artist. My question is really much more about scope and how you stay on track with your project. I find that iterative work is very tangential. It has a tendency to expand, sometimes in ways that are unexpected and sometimes undesirable. So I wonder how and to which degree that your team or you yourself find that you can stay on track with the project and the scope.
It's a tricky one, right? I think I do all right. My producers might disagree. But you can do it. You can do it. I think if you give yourself, don't try and do too many things. Give yourself a clear task list. You know, people in work are, very, write out your little post-it notes for the day. This is what I'm concentrating on. And yeah, your brain is going to take all sorts of other left turns, right? You know, it's going to go, oh, actually, oh, look at this pretty dragon I'm drawing. You know, when you're supposed to be designing a pair of boots. You know, but that happens. But try and give yourself one or two tasks that you are concentrating on. Don't fill your, don't have your margin filled with like 12 things you've got to do. Again, try and not be easy on yourself, but try and be, give yourself realistic targets. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Don't be too over ambitious about what you can get done in a day, because I'm trying to how it expands over time.
I spent some time studying the late Kentaro Miura, the manga artist, and his wonderful little studio. And I noticed that he immersed himself in his work and work that amplified what he was working on. And it's always inspired me how someone can work on the same art over decades. Yeah. So I'm trying to understand that from perspective. It's not a concept artist's task really to answer to, but you worked for 10 years on Fable, so I was wondering maybe how you were able to stay on track and keep all of that vision the same.
Do you know that the blatant truth of that is you don't. You don't stay on track. All you can do is kind of really try and kind of bump yourself off the walls you're going into every now and again, and try and every day try and say, right, today I will concentrate on this. Today I will concentrate on this. And some days you have great days, and some days you have bad days. I think again it's a hard thing, isn't it? Doing a creative thing for a living, because you're not really, however much I've had tremendous fun working on the project somewhere, but they're not mine. They're not the thing. I didn't get up in the morning and think of Fable, or there's stuff that my brain is doing, and so it's kind of it's almost like a dichotomy, isn't it? You're doing something creative, but you're fulfilling somebody else's creative vision, and that's a hard one because it's because there are obviously pressures to get it done. There are obviously pressures to stay on track and kind of do this, do that, and you've got people, especially if you're in the team, sometimes you've got people waiting on what you're going to do, But all you can do is just try and discipline yourself to what's absolutely in front of you, and do that thing, and then kind of go on from there. This kind of, I mean, maybe this isn't making any sound. I'm burbling now, really, but
fine.
Yeah, but it's kind of it's a hard answer actually. And like I say, the honest answer is sometimes you go way off track, and you've got to kind of live with that and put yourself back on track.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There's an adage from the music where writer's block is not it's a shortage of tools or outlets. Yeah. So something that doesn't work on the computer or on paper might work in improvised form.
No, exactly, and that's the thing with like switching your kind of the materials you're using, or the way you're doing stuff, is that you do sometimes need that. You need to freshen your palette, right? That's the thing. I'm a legendarily bad guitar player. I've been playing guitar for like 35 years, and I'm really poor. Really, you'd be appalled, honestly. But I enjoy it. And sometimes I've noticed that thing of where you kind of, you can't remember a tune you've known for ages, but your arm remembers it, your hand remembers it, you know. But you've got to let the imagination is a muscle, you know, and sometimes you've got to give it a rest, and sometimes it's active, and so kind of again, at the risk of sounding like Bob Ross's granddad, you know, be easy on yourself. Let creativity kind of come out of you. And try and keep your eyes in front of you. Try and fix on what you want to do, you know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, big round of applause for Mike McCarthy.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. So I want to thank you all for being here and sharing the enthusiasm and enjoying all the great talks, engaging with our speakers, with our workshops, with all of our events, and having some really great questions. So before we close, I'd like to welcome our tirelessly hard-working festival director, Sylvia, to the stage for some final words.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for being a part of Konsoll 2025. These past 2 days have been truly special to us, and we hope they've been just as valuable to you. We hope that you're leaving with new ideas, new energy, and maybe even a few new friends and connections. As I mentioned yesterday, it's been a challenging period for our industry, but moments like these remind us of why community matters. Supporting each other, lifting each other up, and paying it forward whenever we can. Before we officially close, I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge the people who have made this year's Konsoll possible. First, a huge thank you to our speakers who traveled from far and wide to share their expertise with the Norwegian Games community. Your generosity and insight mean so much. And now, thank you. And now I'd like to invite as many of our Konsoll team members as possible to join me up on stage. These folks have been working across multiple countries and time zones to bring this conference to life. Alexandra, Des, Aslak, Marta, Vera, Robin, Hussam, Vivian, Frederick, Tom André, Simon, Kjersti, Ingvild, Jørn, Fritjof, and of course, our amazing game master, Satish. Please help me give a round of applause. There we go. Our stream this year was made possible by our sponsors Bakom Film and Know It, and we want to thank our streaming team for bringing Konsoll to everyone joining us from home. A big thank you as well to our venue Grieghallen and the Grieghallen technicians who have done a fantastic job supporting us behind the scenes. And of course, we want to express our heartfelt gratitude to our partners and sponsors. Konsoll would not exist without your support. We have Bergen kommune, NFI, Vestland fylkeskommune, Sparebanken Vest, Sparebanken Norge, sorry, Mediefondet C4, Dirty Bit, Against, Rain Games, the Media Cluster Norway, Know It, Top of Mind, Bakom, Gain, and Nonida. Please, a round of applause. Finally, and most importantly, thank you, our audience. You've created such a warm and generous atmosphere with your engagement, your questions, and your presence make Konsoll what it is. So we hope you're leaving refreshed, encouraged, and excited to be and continue shaping your own path in the industry. So safe travels home, and we hope to see you again next year. Thank you. That is it. Thank you.
fun. And a big thank you to Sylvia. Thank you.
Thank you, please.